Radial cars, A and B group, non-quarantine. To the lanes right now. If you're in quarantine, meaning 850 or top 3 in your class, you need to stay in the pits for right now. Bill Spangler coming back around with the Ford LTD. This is the defending Pro Dial Your Own winner. He's coming back for a second shot against Chris Bryant. How about a pair of 6-second cars in the water box? Possible side-by-side sixes at over 200 miles an hour could happen right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen. Alex Taylor and Steve Morris. Both of them drag and drive veterans. Both of them longtime veterans of this game. They decided that they wanted to go with the sixes at over 200 miles an hour in a street legal car instead of setting the money on fire. Setting the money on fire would be a lot easier. So let me set the stage for you. Right-hand side, Steve Morris. He made a one-shot last call yesterday. He's pretty much grenaded everything from the transmission backward in this 3,600-pound Buick Roadmaster that he now calls the Boostmaster. 672 was his pass yesterday. Alex Taylor with her dad Dennis holding the door open. This is the new car that they built a couple years ago. Yeah, she is the co-host of Motor Trend's Hot Rock Garage. This car, they have been clawing and scratching to try and get a pass down the track yesterday. They waited until the last shot and went 6-9, 6-5. And we see side-by-side sixes right here. This one looks good. This one looks good. Top end says 690 on the left, 667 on the right. Oh my! 606, 206 left side, 218 for the wagon. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together side by side. 6-second cars that just drove over 200 miles from Orlando here to Bradenton and doing it first thing in the morning on day 2 of Sick Week, brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive. Are you kidding me? So that is a new personal best for Alex Taylor, improving on her 696 from yesterday. And Morris lops almost a tenth of a second off what he ran yesterday. I just can't contemplate it. We are already laying down some nasty fast laps, and we are just getting started. So if you're here on the property, get comfortable. I have a feeling we got a lot more goodness coming in short order. Here comes Jason Tapscott again. Already got an 853 in the pocket. If I can be disappointed by an 853 and then following it with an 856, but I'm sure his valve springs are screaming for mercy right now. That is a naturally aspirated Gen 1 small block Chevy with a set of experimental heads and enough compression, in Jason Tapscott's words, to make grown men cry. Now he does say it does idle around and drive on 93 octane pump gas, but I have a feeling that if you tried to push the pedal more than about a quarter of the way down with regular pump gas in it, that motor would probably laugh and say, "I'm sorry, sir, I need the good stuff. Please try again." All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. A and B group slick tire cars. Your lanes will close in 5 minutes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. A and B group slick tire cars. Your lanes will close in 5 minutes. Then we will radial prep this mother, and we will go to the radial tire cars that are waiting patiently over on tower side. And there are a lot of them. One of the first ones that's going to come out is the Nasty Fast 235 Radial tire equipped convertible Mustang. Now, even for Ford purists, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the case where you can give the guy a mulligan, because when your car goes 468 in the 8th mile on a little 26-inch tall, 8.5-inch wide tire, you get a pass. I don't care what engine you've got in it. You can put a Barra motor in it. You can put a 2JZ in it. If you put down a 468 and it's street legal and can get from one track to the next with no assistance, yeah, you're a bad dude. The 68 can barrel back up for the shot. 460 foot. Ran in the mid-9s last time and looking like he's on track for another one. Picks it up just a little bit. 931 and 145, so might be a 2 and done, but it's still looking pretty solid. So Wade's gonna hop on the tractor real quick. Again, final call for A and B group slick tire cars to the lanes. Final call for A and B group slick tire cars to the lanes. If you are not there and you need to make a pass, I suggest you get there and in short order, because we're gonna go to the Radial side. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, not only doing it here at Bradenton Motorsports Park live and in person, but we are also live and online. Over 50,000 views yesterday on the Tom Daly live stream, and that is brought to us by our friends at Motion Raceworks. Motion Raceworks is actually out here today, and they have brought a trailer chock full of goodies. Not only does it have all their latest and greatest stuff, including their new Icon throttle bodies and their operator shifters, but it also has stuff where if you might have broken something along the way or while you're at the racetrack, chances are they might have the fix. So if you need something, before you come to the top floor of the tower and make a parts call, go over and visit Doug Hook and his gang over at the Motion Raceworks trailer. Chances are they might have you covered and be able to get you right back on the racetrack or right back on the road. Is that confirmed before, because we are in Florida, before I put numbers out there, I want to make sure stuff's confirmed. So, Mr. Evans, Warren Evans is giving me the info here. I said over 50,000, and that was probably, I'd say, about halfway through the day, so he's giving me numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, over 138,000 people tuned in to watch the live stream yesterday. So for all of you that watched the live stream yesterday or possibly tuning in today, thank you so much for being part of SICK Week 2023, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive, and the live stream again being brought to us by Motion Raceworks. So ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of track touch-up. For all of you that have never been to Bradenton Motorsports Park before, Wade runs a very tight ship. I wouldn't be surprised if we see at least a couple of people that stand on that starting line go down because of the sticky icky that he gets after. For those of you that have never been to Walmart before, you know how like people have talked about people watching and seeing what people do with their hands and everything? I'm sitting here watching a conversation happen, and I'd be interested to see if like certain people you could handcuff and they actually could have a conversation over a half a minute. The answer for you is no, sir. The answer is no. As you were. Remember, you're in competition, I'm up here talking about it. Yeah, that's not an appropriate use of your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that have never been here before or never heard me, my apologies because I will be on level 11. I have no idea how. My name is Derek Putnam. I normally announce NMCA and NMRA events, but Tom Bailey, in his not right mind, hired me about 2 months ago. And this is my second drag and drive. I always figured I'd somehow save up the money and actually participate on one, but instead I get to stand in the tower and call all this great action. So for those of you that are out there watching on ground, or if you're watching on the live stream, please go easy on me. I don't know how to do it halfway, and I don't know how to do it quietly, so hopefully I don't blare out your earpieces at work when you're trying to watch while you're supposed to be doing work, or while you're here on the property. But thankfully, Lori has turned down the volume a few clicks because she knows me. The bad part is as much as I like Adam Dory, we bring him up here and we put him on the mic and he's probably going to be whisper quiet. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we have a quiet moment here, we did mention the fact that we have our longest drive as soon as we are done at Bradenton Motorsports Park today. It's basically a straight shot up Florida and then across the Florida-Georgia border for about 30 miles to South Georgia Motorsports Park in Cecil County. Now, that route is real simple. You can take any route you want. We are not going to require you to stay on a route like we did yesterday. So competitors, please listen up. I want to make sure I make myself perfectly clear as Luke and I are just discussing this. You can take any route you please. My suggestion is I-75 and stay on it because that is going to be your quickest and fastest way there. Now, your cooling system may not like it. In the case of Jason Tapscott, your valve springs may not like it. However, that is the easiest way to get there. Now, the only thing we do require of you today, you need to stop at National Parts Depot. And for my former place of employment, if I'm telling you you have to stop there, it is not really that tough of a day. Considering that they have over 220 cars in a private car collection that they are opening up just for Sick Week and Sick Ward participants to check out and oogle over. What I've been told they do have paper towel. Bill Spangler basically doing what a bracket racer does. He's around for his third pass in 20 minutes. 988 at 136, so a 991 and a 988. I think he's got enough data at this point. But for all I know, he might come back around and try again. Possibly trying to improve on his 860 laps time he laid down on the first leg. Wade's got that racetrack nice and tight. He's got everything right where he wants it based on what we've seen on performances. Some people say sticky, some people say bubblegum. Some people even say he laid it down like peanut butter instead and on his way. Top end for the Malibu left side. At 864, at just 145, he stepped off the loud pedal early. Not sure why, might have felt a vibration or something just wasn't quite right, but the car was scooting 554 at 128 to the half track. So he was definitely on par to probably run a little bit quicker than his 860 based on the speed. So either way, he will have a couple of good passes to choose from. This is Tom McGill, the guy who normally drives the low 7-second, 200 mile an hour 2010 ZL1. This is his street rod. McGill, 34 Ford Coupe. Big block. Rolling down the McFarland Racing side of the racetrack to a 962 at 137. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. A and B group slick tire cars, your lanes are now closed. A and B group slick tire cars, your lanes are now closed. Ladies and gentlemen, right-hand side, defending 6-week overall champion, Stefan Gustafson. And with a name like that, you know he's out of a place like Idaho. No, just kidding, he's from Sweden. The flag on the side is a dead giveaway. This is the C4 Corvette with no gold chain, no members only jacket, but a fistful of 6-second time slips. Stefan Gustafson yesterday, his best pass, 6:55 at 217 miles an hour. So Gustafson already seen a couple of 6-second passes here today and knows that he has a chance to stay within earshot of Tom Bailey. He is right now the 4th quickest car overall, and I think he would probably like to change that. The only way he's going to do it is by laying down the smack, and he's going to line up and do it in the right-hand side of the racetrack, so his crew member getting the wheelie bars set where they need to be. This car was violent yesterday. First pass, he pretty much shook it so bad that I could feel it in the tower at Orlando. The second pass was a little bit better, but it started to wiggle around. He drove through it and went 6:59. He came back for the final session and laid down a 6:55 at a booming 217 miles an hour, showing there's lots of power left. It's just putting it down in the front half of the track without running over the sidewall. When we talk about tire shake, that's the biggest problem. When you're running on a slick tire, the slick is obviously more forgiving than the radial. So you can spin it a little bit, you can shake it a little bit, and you still have a chance of making a good leg. The problem is that you don't set it up right. Are you kidding me? He just comes out, rolls through the tire shake, front wheels in the air to the 330 mark, and 6:43 at 218 miles an hour for Stefan Gustafson. A 4:20 at 177 in the 8th mile. A 1:08 60 foot on the back tires, ladies and gentlemen. That is some crazy stuff. And I will go ahead and call my shot before I even see the Vegas odds and say that is a one and done. His best pass ever. His second best speed ever. Stefan will more than likely pack it up and head for South Georgia. So it looks like we may have possibly lost the body panel. Stefan, on his best pass ever, might have possibly lost part of the C4 Corvette. Amazing as it sounds, I don't think they rated those to 218 miles an hour. So the good news is they have picked up the piece. Bad news is it might be scuffed up a little bit. The good news is if you can't get it back on the car, that's reduced weight. Ladies and gentlemen, the body panel, it was Stefan Gustafson's door. He went so fast he blew his own doors off. I got nothing. I got nothing. Thank you. Please tip your waitress. Again, his quickest pass ever. His previous one was 6:52, done right here at Bradenton last year during Sick Week. His fastest speed ever is 219, so he was a little off of that. I wonder when the door ripped off if it might have scrubbed off some speed because he lost the aerodynamic ability. Of course, I'm sitting here saying aerodynamic ability and C4 Corvette, and I don't think those two belong in the same sentence, but Stefan might come to the tower and tell me otherwise. So ladies and gentlemen, right now, we have 4 vehicles in the first 40 minutes that have clicked off a 6-second pass. All right, so we have an exhibition coming up here, the Alcohol Dragster. Going to make a single pass. As a matter of fact, I believe that's an A fuel car, based on how it sounds. So Mr. Don O'Neill, who is joining our announcing staff to do pit and top end interviews, said he would like to jump on the mic, and since Don does a little bit more divisional and national event racing with the NHRA than I do, I'm going to give him the mic. Tell you all about the A fuel car and why you might see some grown man cry on the starting line.
I think we found what we were looking for last year, folks, right there. So when we are back down here at Gainesville Raceway in just a few weeks, you want to stop by and check out Jackie Frick and her entire team. So I appreciate that, Derek, for letting me jump in there for that.
Absolutely, sir. That is an impressive number, ladies and gentlemen. Less than 2/100 of a second off the NHRA national record, currently in Megan Meyer's position, a 5:10, set at the U.S. Nationals, I believe, 2 years ago. So for them to come out and blast on the first shot of a day, less than 2/100 off the national record, I guarantee you there are going to be some high fives and happy faces in that pit area after that run. A couple more possible 6-second cars coming to the water box right now as we run out the last few slick tire cars. So Radial tire cars, we're going to come to you as soon as we finish the prep. You do not need to get suited up yet, but just stay with your vehicles. Be ready to go. And it looks like we got a lot of good Radial tire cars at the front of the lanes. Can't wait to get to those. We're going to run a couple of the tire cars. Jason Sack and Brian Goldstone. You talk about the fact that somebody blowing their own doors off. Brian Goldstone in the AMC Javelin is familiar with it. Now, if you want to hear a little tale, please allow me to tell you about what happened to him at Hot Rod Dragon. 557 cubic inches of twin turbocharged Chevy. And after he made a 6-second pass, he shredded the carbon fiber driver's side door to pieces. Now, amazingly enough, nobody had these in stock. Nobody made them. I'm literally appalled. I don't know why. So he said he had to get another pair of doors, go out and get molds made so he could get some new ones done. And this guy used more electrical tape than usually a hack job for a wiring contractor and put it back together like a Lego puzzle and made it to the next track and completed Hot Rod Drag Week. The power window's going up on the Javelin as he prepares to roll in on the left-hand side. Again, big block with twins, left-hand side. for Brian Goldstone. This is a mid 6 second car. Jason Sack on the other side. The LS big single turbo, 69 drives through it nicely. On his way to a good one. 669 and 215 for Brian Goldstone, and a 756 at 177 for the Orange Nova of Jason Sack. Both of them on good runs there to get their day started. Goldstone might turn that one in and hit the road, as he passed us last night when we were on the side of the road at about 12:30 today. Yeah, a little past midnight, so they may actually say, all right, let's turn that in and get started heading north. Zach, on the other hand, might try one more shot. Jason Tapscott and Robbie Dowdy coming up in our next pair. Tapscott on his third hit, Dowdy on his second with the Trailblazer. The valve springs at Jason Tapscott's small block have got to be screaming. Robbie down that right-hand side on a 124 60-foot top end says 855. So he now has an 853, an 855, and an 856. Robbie goes 10:02 at 132, so he slows a little bit from his previous 970 pass. Michael Westberg coming back with the mid-6 second Chevy S10 pick-em-up truck. After laying down a good lap on his first one, they pulled it and fueled it and brought it back. And the Swede is going to take another shot at Bradenton Motorsports Park surface. I'll tell you what, I'm honestly surprised to see him back up. Bill Spangler up for his fourth shot.
Mica potrei
In the 9 second four. At 210 miles an hour, his new back by over a tenth of a second. Holy cow, are you kidding me? We now have two vehicles that were in the 650s that are now in the 640s. And Michael Westberg, he's going to need another trailer for the balls he had to drive it through that tire shake and the front wheels in the air to almost 400 foot mark. A 978 at 136 for Bill Spangler, but he had a front row seat watching just Westberg wheeling and dealing. He did not drive 1,320 feet. He drove almost 1,400 feet. That thing was all over his lane, and he never gave up on it. 105 to the 60 foot, 416 at 177 miles an hour to the 8th mile. A lot of cars won't go 177 on the full quarter, and Westberg did it in half the distance. 6.400 at 210.83 miles an hour. Just 1,000th of a second away from invading the 630 range. Again, as I said, Westberg came within 2,000ths of a second of dethroning Tom Bailey at Hot Rod Drag Week last year. He knows this is his last shot in that truck. It is sold. It will officially be handed over to the new owner at the end of the week. And he is building a new vehicle that will stay in Sweden. So more than likely, he's letting it all hang out because he knows this is his swan song, at least for the foreseeable future. And that really does put the pressure on Tom Bailey. because Tom has not made a good clean pass. He's made some troubled passes. Now, granted, I have a hard time saying troubled pass and 624 at the same time. I do have a problem saying that. It does take some force. But Tom now knows that he has somebody right on the back of him. When you have 0.3 of a second, that's one thing. But when you cut it in half to 0.16 of a second, you now know that there is no margin for error at all. And you notice that Tom Bailey did not make the first session, ladies and gentlemen, as they are continuing to wrench on that car. So your current leader is still in the pits, probably watching all the great passes happen, and might be sitting there twiddling his fingers and going, okay, what do I got to do? So he's going to have to wait for the next call for the A group to come up and take his shot. So we are going to re-prep the racetrack. I do not believe we have any cars left in the slick side. So we should be going to Radial. So Radial tire cars in lanes 2 and 3. Start making your final adjustments, please. It looks like most of you are already getting suited up. And as I said, our first 3 cars in the left side are all coming to party. So Jordan Tuck behind the wheel of Devin Vanderhoof. And Devin, if I'm saying your last name incorrectly, please forgive me. He says thumbs up. I'll butcher it later, I promise. On the little 235 tire, 468 at 162 miles an hour. That's going to be your first car to come out left side. The car right behind him is Andrew Dobita. He ran his new best career pass, 749 at 188 at Orlando yesterday. Right behind them in the left-hand lane is Kevin Smith from KSR. That car with a brand new 388 cubic inch LS bullet from Texas Speed, and they're still trying to get it figured out. It had no track time before it came to Orlando. It had dyno time only. So Soccer Mom laid down an 8.0 pass yesterday after running all 7s last year. So I know Kevin wants to get back in that 7-second range, and he will manipulate the tune-up on the laptop to make that happen. And as I said, that's just in our first 3 pairs of cars. We have a lot more coming. Now, with that being said, unfortunately, we do have some cars that have dropped out. Not exactly what I would want to tell you. But for those of you that are paying attention to the Sick the Mag group on Facebook, or Sick the Magazine, you may have seen that last night / this morning, that the number 2 guy with an 850 with a 9, who is a defending class winner on Sick Week, Matt Lanfear, unfortunately, was less than 10 miles away from the second checkpoint, and then the car just shut off. Like, literally just shut off without warning. Didn't cough or buck or do anything weird, just shut off. So he pulls it over to the side on a country road with absolutely no lights, pulls out a spark plug and finds that there is no electrode, no tip, and the last 3 threads are boogered to insert your favorite adjective here. He pulls 2 more plugs and finds that those were okay. Tells his fiancée Meg to hit the starter button, and the motor doesn't move. It literally sounds like you're taking a hammer and knocking on something steel. So at that point, a guy who already has 2 drag and drive wins, Sick Week last year, and Hot Rod Drag Week, he was going for the 3-peat, had an 8.50 with a 9. The fastest he can run is 8.50 with a 0. And he was second in his class because somebody else had gone 8.50 with a 4. And Lanfear had to pull the plug and take the turtle and all the Girl Scout cookies he had left back to his home early. And let me tell you something. This is the second drag and drive I've done. And it is truly, truly defeating to watch somebody else have to throw the towel in early. And the more that I do this, the more I realize that the saying of you need to finish the week, rather than worrying about where you finish on the standings of the week, does ring true. So for those of you that don't understand just how hard this is, we ran over 3 hours late last night at Orlando due to the immense amount of oil and cleanups we had. There were people that only made 2, maybe 3 runs. They didn't even stick around for the final session. And when I was on the side of the road at 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, I saw a lot of cars that were still in competition rolling by us. So a lot of people probably didn't get to bed until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and then they're back here at the racetrack at 7 a.m., as I said, probably operating on every energy drink that was available at every convenience store near here. And if there's a Starbucks anywhere around here, I know there's a Dunkin', but I'm not sure if there's a Starbucks, but if there is, they're probably low on coffee and making a call. Law doing what she always does, giving me the knowledge. So she said there is a Starbucks, which is good because we don't want to upset the regulars on their way to work. So myself, I am probably going to crack my second Monster here in a minute because I don't think I'm going to be standing in a couple of hours. Honestly, the performances that we have already seen today in the first hour, just absolutely amazing. But again, a big part of that is Wade Rich and his crew down there and what they do for Bradenton Motorsports Park. This racetrack always delivers. And Law, thankfully, always keeping everything in line up here in the tower. And I have to say that because otherwise she'll throw me out. And we don't have a backup announcer, and I'd like to stay in her good graces. So once again, big shout out to everybody that is watching the live feed at home. We do appreciate it. I do not have it up, so if you are commenting on the live feed, just please understand that I am not ignoring you. I just can't see it because Bradenton does not have the best cell signal, unfortunately. So with everything else that we have going on here, I don't want to jump on my phone like everybody else. I would like the live feed to continue to kick butt and take names and show you all the great action here. So I am going to decline to jump on the chat room, but for those of you that are out there that are commenting, thank you so much for being part of the Motion Raceworks live stream. For all of you that are out here in the grandstands, the beautiful new aluminum grandstands here at Bradenton that we picked up from the racetrack that is no longer in business on the East Coast. By show of hands, who called in sick to work today? Put your hands up, let me see you. Who called in sick? Anybody? We got 2, 3, 4, don't worry, I won't tell your boss, I promise. We're only streaming it to 10,000 people. But we don't have a camera aimed at you directly.
Okay,
So thank you so much for coming out here to join us on a Tuesday. Honestly, a great group. We do appreciate each and every one of you being here. So while Wade finishes up the passes and get us ready to go, I'm going to check the density altitude as we get ready to put our first radial setup in the water here in just a minute. As we are now about 300 feet above sea level. So for racers that are in the staging lanes trying to determine how the car is going to run based on yesterday, I think we got to almost 500 feet at the warm part of the day. So today it's going to warm up a little bit more. But right now we are at a depressing 308 feet above sea level. Corrected altitude is 30.14, a crispy, as I would put, 43 water grains, and a corrected 308.95 density air. For a lot of people that have never run down here in January or February, and they're used to running on a drag and drive that's run during the summertime at 3,000 to 5,000 feet of density altitude, this is truly mine shaft conditions. So once again, this is day 2. For those of you that would like to find out more about SIG Week, the best way to do that, go to sigthemagazine.com. You can find all the details of everything that's going on this week, including results. We have the directions, so if your house or favorite hangout spot is along the route, you can hang out and watch all the cars and trucks go by. And we did see a lot of people doing that yesterday. So as I mentioned earlier, we will leave here and trek north by about 300 miles-ish and head to South Georgia Motorsports Park for day 3. We will then travel south by a couple hours, go to Gainesville Raceway for Thursday, and then back to Orlando, where everything started, for day number 5. We will run every day from 9 to 3, and that 3 o'clock can change based on if we have downtime for oil downs or crashes or what you have. Hopefully today we get some good vibes and not have any issues that we did yesterday. And that wasn't the racetrack's problem. That was just, it happened. Some people literally throw stuff together, and sometimes it just not come outside. So once again, thank you so much to those of you that are here. We say shout out to Gear Vendors Overdrive. They are the official presenting sponsor of SICK Week 2023. And a shout out to Motion Raceworks, our official live stream sponsor. Also, thank you to Summit Racing Equipment and Peak Performance. Those are our SICK Ward sponsors. And to get into SICK Ward, you don't have to be committed. You just basically have to decide to do it. It's all the great stuff of a drag and drive without all the stress of the dragging. So you get to come out here and watch other people tear up their stuff. Well, you get to jump in your car that's parked in VIP parking right next to trackside, and you get special t-shirts, you get fed at multiple locations, and then you get to drive down the road without having to worry about making a pass the next day. If that sounds good to you, you can sign up for SICK Ward here next year, at the beginning of the year, or you can sign up for SICK Ward on our SICK Summer Tour. That's coming up in June in the Midwest. And then we're also going to do Death Week out in Nevada in November. Again, for more information, go to sickthemagazine.com. And while you're there, make sure you go and check out the Sick the magazine itself. The only magazine in the industry completely dedicated to the drag and drive lifestyle. Ladies and gentlemen, as of 5 years ago, there were only 5. On one hand, I can count them. Drag and drive events across the United States and Canada. Now, this year, there are 23. And SICK the magazine is going to be responsible for 3 of them. We will cover as many as we can on the rest. So if you would like to see the great coverage of the sport that you support, consider supporting SICK the Mag. You can go find out more by visiting sickthemagazine.com, or you can go and visit our merchandise booth. It is located on the non-tower side of the racetrack, right behind the big Summit rig. And you can get yourself a special limited edition Bradenton Motorsports Park t-shirt. This year we had our in-house artist Aaron do special track limited edition t-shirts. They are released at the racetrack only, on the day of only, and they are not available once we sell them out. We only made a limited amount, so once they're gone, they're gone. So yesterday we debuted Orlando and sold out of them immediately. Today we debut Bradenton, and if one thing repeats, they're probably going to sell out pretty quick. Tomorrow we will go to South Georgia, and yeah, follow along. There will be another one. Gainesville, yep, you guessed it. There'll be a 4th one. We do have 3 different styles of event t-shirts in 3 different colors. And if you'd like one of those, go over and grab it now while they have the selection and stock and sizes that you might want. I don't want to take you away from the action that's going to come to the racetrack here, but I don't want you to wait too long to go get it, because if you go over and visit and you're in one of the more popular sizes and you miss, you're going to say, I wish I would have, could have, should have. While you're over there, understand that every $5 you spend gets you entered to win the special SICK the Magazine, SICK Ward, and SICK Week Rivalry Chevy Tahoe. We threw an Edelbrock Supercharger on it, or as Tom likes to say, an Edelbrock Supercharger. And we wrapped it in special livery. Our in-house EJ did it. And we painted up the wheels to match on both sides. Now, for some reason, a blown Tahoe doesn't shake your fancy. How about $15,000 in cold hard cash? If we pull your number, that's what we'll give you instead. So for every $5 you spend, you get an entry. If you get a full year subscription to SICK the Magazine, you get 30 entries. So if you want to have a chance to win that Tahoe and also support the drag and drive community as we do, consider subscribing to SICK the Magazine and supporting us.
Batteries are low.
Huh?
Batteries are low. Got 20. He has 15.
All right.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. So if you are in impound on the radials, lanes 13 to 14 are now available for you. So once again, radial quarantine lanes 13 Radio quarantine, lanes 13 and lanes 14, please, at this time. So I see Brett LaSala and Cletus McFarland, two of our quicker radial cars that are over there. Jordan Tuck coming up left-hand side. Now again, this is a Rowdy Radial 8-mile car, so you won't see the quarter mile that you would probably want to see, but it's not going to be uncommon for me to call out in the 8-mile what they run. So this car is geared and set up for the little small tire. On the opposite side is Randall Reed. He is also running in the 235 small tire division. Randall Reed yesterday went 5:08 at 141, so he's in the top 3. But it pales in comparison again to the 468 at 162 miles an hour of the Mustang on the left side. So 2 white Fox body Mustangs, oh so close, but oh so different. One of them an LS Power with single turbo, right side. One of them, big block Chevy with a turbo that will eat small children, left side. Welcome in, we are staged and ready. Jordan on a run, 463 at 166. Holy cow. That is an amazing number. Ladies and gentlemen, just as quick as I think a 468 is quick, Jordan delivers a 463 at 166. 463 at 166 to continue to hold the lead. And let me call it. It is a one and done. A 520 for Randall Reed, and he will probably come back to do that again. Because there are a lot of cars in the 510 and 520 range, so more than likely he is going to want to do that again. So I have a racer in need. They need an 1/8-inch square key stop for a fuel pump drive. I have a racer in need looking for an 1/8 square key stop for a fuel pump drive. If you have one, come to the top floor of the tower and let us know. I'll get you the racer information. All right, so here comes our next pair, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, if you are in the lane, please do your final prep work to make sure you are ready to rock and roll. Because we do want to keep everything rolling as quickly as we can to give everybody the maximum amount of time to either make passes or hit the road. Because again, by regular standards, you would probably need about 5 hours to get to South Georgia Motorsports Park from here. Some of these cars are not geared to handle that food. Jordan Beaudrew coming up in the 2-valve Mustang over on the right-hand side. At least that's what they left in the factory with. Left-hand side. That is Andrew left side and Cletus McFarland right side. Rosenstengel, the 2010 CL1 Camaro, a Steve Morris twin turbo power plant. This thing has been over 200 miles an hour both on the drag strip and on the rolling half mile. Yesterday he went 712 and 206. On the right side, Cletus McFarland. He made 2 passes. One was good and one had tire spin. Cletus in the El Camino known as Mullet, 674 and 214 yesterday. He's about a half a second behind Tom Bailey, and he would like to chop away at some of that. This pass for Mullet, 647. Right here. Mullet is good, and puts the front end down and touches the racetrack. Rosenstengel to the finish line. 744 and 185 for Clark Rosenstengel. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the racetrack about the 200-foot mark. You see a bunch of concrete dust. That is because Cletus's car had just started to pick the front end up. And that's not good news because as much power as that car has, it's starting to climb the ring gear. Then you start to get air underneath it, and that continues to lift the front end up more. So he did the right thing and took his foot off the loud pedal and tried to put it down. And unfortunately, all of that Steve Morris big block heft came down hard, and it chipped a little bit away of BMP's surface. So Cletus very wisely backed out of the throttle and coasted down the racetrack. Now, I would hope that that just barely touched the tubular front end of the car, because it doesn't look like it was too long. I would say probably about 6 to 10 feet. So right now we are going to have to clean that up a little bit, get the dust knocked down, and we will get back underway in just a few minutes. So Cletus was on a good run there. The car was hooked up and on its way to an easy 6-second pass. But as I said, the front end started to come up, and that car normally, they try to keep the front end on the ground, but he is not running on what I would call like killer tons of glue prep. I mean, it is a very sticky racetrack, but not 10 barrels of glue sticky, where you can pretty much get stupid and throw almost anything you want at it. So it is still a tuner's racetrack. So Cletus's car again started to dance the front end, and you can see it start to come up. And with as fast as that car has gone, as I said, 222 miles an hour, when you start to get air underneath the car, it basically makes it into like a wind sail. It'll just pick that front end up and make it to a flip. I've seen it before, and it's happened at several events where cars try to streamline the bottoms, especially with required stuff like diapers and belly pans. And Cletus's car does have a belly pan, so as I said, that makes an area that a whole lot of air could go through and get all mixed up, now nice and smooth. So it becomes like a big wind sail. So hopefully Cletus did not damage it too much, and he can get back in line and try again later today. You want to talk about somebody who's running on nothing but pure adrenaline and energy drinks, that's Cletus and his team. As this car was put together and tested with plenty of time before SIG Week, but then Cletus and crew, including Ty, his lead fabricator, were putting together the Mustang known as McFlurry, one of the few cars with a Godzilla engine, Ford's new 7.3 liter that they introduced a little over a year ago. He put the old twin turbo Precisions off of Leroy on it, and then backed it with a Bruno Lenko 5-speed. So you want to talk about an interesting combination? The only thing it came to Orlando with on Sunday was dyno time. It had never been down a racetrack. When the car was purchased, it was a 4-cylinder car. It was cut apart and then put back together like a puzzle, and they came out and made an 8-second shakedown run. Then yesterday, they went 8:25, and probably still on a baby tune-up. They're just probably scratching the surface. More than likely, that car probably has 7s in it. And Jack Stan Jimmy probably not used to running that slow, because he does have cars that run faster than that. But they won and done it. As I mentioned, Cletus yesterday went 674 and 214. Right now, he's got a big question mark hanging over him. So he's going to take Mullet back to the pit area and look it over and see what he can do. Now, here's where the drag and drive philosophy comes through. If you were at a regular race, you could have a full crew, people come over and help you, you can grab stuff out of your trailer. This is a drag and drive. The only thing that you can use, unless it's an absolute emergency, is the stuff that you haul with you, either in your car or in your little small single axle trailer behind you. Think about that for a second. You're not going to be able to pack a spare of everything. So Cletus, who actually has a shot less than 10 minutes from here, might leave the racetrack, but I'm not sure if he will. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
That'd be cool if you sold fucking event sponsorship to Bradenton. Well, the problem is, it's so cheap because it's like 3 weeks before. And the funny thing is, when I talk about it, I think this will let me think.
So to continue to thank our sponsors here at the second annual SIG Week 2023 presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. Shout out to Iski Racing Camps. I believe Nolan from Iski Racing Camps is here on the property this week. TBM Brakes, Precision Turbo and Engine, VB Racing Fuels, Nitrous Oxide Systems, Mickey Thompson Tires, and Mickey Thompson has also got a full trailer of tires as well as the tire changing equipment. So if you have any need for some help with your tire choices, they can help you out. The SET Flash Tuning Services, the Dodge that has supported us with vehicles to get our SIG Week crew to and from every racetrack, and the Radford Racing School. You might see some specialized SIG the Mag Dodge vehicles as well as some Radford Racing School Dodge vehicles. So thank you so much to all of those great sponsors that are helping make SIG Week 2023 possible. So ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to do some cleanup on the racetrack, as I mentioned, throughout the week we will have pit interviews as well as stage lane interviews. So if you are participating in SIG Week or SIG Ward, just be aware of the fact that you might have somebody like Adam Doring, very personable Adam Doring, the Wave 2 Supercharged. Actually, I should digress. Saying out loud, I've been. So Adam Doring or Don O'Neill will possibly be joining us down on the deck.
had
On the
answers
disc.
to questions. Like, he didn't even have it. He was like, how can I get this data? How can I get that? Like,
Well, you know, now that I think about it, I mean, cars are flying out here, so it could be on the deck. So as soon as the equipment gets put away, we will be right back to action. A couple more low 7 seconds, 6 seconds capable cars sitting just behind the water box. Glenn Hunter in the beautiful 1956 Chevy 6 second rack is what's on the license plate. He has been in the 60s in his car at World Cup. And over on the opposite side is Brett Masala in Snot Rocket 2.0. And Snot Rocket right now laying claim to the quickest drag radial pass ever in drag and drive competition. This is his first ever drag and drive with this car, as it was just put together last year. 6:52 at 2:12 is what he ran yesterday. That is a modular Ford power plant with twin turbos on it. The car had been in the 650s in drag trim. Now we see what he does in drag and drive trims. So far he has done the first thing that he needs to do, which is lay down a good pass and survive the drive to spot number 2. And now we get to see what he does to follow that up. Can he hit it right out of the park on the first shot and be one and done?
I just limited street from Renegade. Like, can you answer that?
So for all of you that are in the radial lanes, thank you so much for your patience. Obviously, again, just like yesterday, we want to try to get this rolling and keep it rolling. And sometimes it is unpredictable. So we'll see how we do. We will continue to keep the racetrack in optimum condition. And Wade is out there with the spring. So for those of you watching on the live stream, again, my apologies for the inconvenience and the downtime. We will have some driver interviews, and we will have some special stuff that we have pre-recorded to kind of give you some insight here from City Week, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive. We will work on that as we continue to work our way through. But keep in mind that we're picking up all of this equipment and moving it from racetrack to racetrack, so that does add a small element of difficulty to it. So on Facebook, Dennis and Alex Taylor are already saying what I pretty much assumed. That's the way it is done, one and done. 690 at 206. 6 is 2 days in a row, and that's after they couldn't even make it to the 60 foot under power on their first 3 passes on Monday. So they were staring down a deep, dark hole of a sick week if they couldn't get from A to B. And they were actually one of several competitors that came in the last session and at the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs, clocked a home run. Alex Taylor did it, and so did Steve Morris. And several others. We did see several 6 second passes in the last session. And you can see the twin turbo Malibu already packed up and hitting the road, and it is just now 10:25. So ladies and gentlemen, that's how you do a drag and drive.
There's a guy running one of those here. Fucking badass too. There's a guy with a U. It looks like your
So Evan Erkwitz with the 79 Malibu, the 420 cubic inch LS with twin 78s on it and the overdrive. He was the first car down today, made a good lap. He's packed his stuff, and he's saying, see you later. He is going to get on his way north to South Georgia Motorsports Park, and that's the right way to do a drag and drive. Not like everybody else is doing it the wrong way. He just figured out how to do it the right way early. So, Evan, have a nice ride. All right, we are fired and ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, a couple of low 7 second, high 6 second games. He's looking for something in the 6.5 range. right-hand side of Brett LaSalle, the car he calls Snot Rocket. Now, he used to have a car that was a little closer to what most people would probably consider a street car. It was a small tire car. It wasn't really redone in the back, and it was much heavier. Well, he sold that car and purchased what was the quickest and fastest stick shift car ever and converted it with his driveline. Obviously, if you get rid of the weight, the car's going to go quicker. And LaSalle right now, again, the 2012 Mustang is clean to a 652 from yesterday. He'd like to see something the same or a little quicker. Glenn under the 56 Bel Air, the beautiful red plate spot. Here we go. Running off the gas early, LaSalle to the finish line. 6:55 at 2:15.96 miles an hour. And Jim Ross says, yep, I will take it. Now, hey Jim, do you come back and try again? Or do you take that and go home? He says, we're done. He says, I'll take it. One and done, load it up, let's go to South Georgia. So ladies and gentlemen, the one time only you will see Brett LaSalle today, and for good reason. 6:55 at 2:15. Now, here comes another car that would love to have a one and done. This is Kevin Smith out of the KSR Performance and Fabrication Group. The car called Soccer Mom. On its way to 2760 foot. Looking good so far. 796 at 181 for Soccer Mom. 992 at 140 on the opposite side for the 4th gen Camaro of Robert Ambrose. But Kevin got his 7. So, hey, Will, is he going to take that or is he going to come back? I have a feeling Will Stevenson can't hear me because he's used to running a Procharger car with no mufflers. So our next pair coming to the starting line. Right-hand side, that's Scott Brown, 1953 Chevy on the 235 tires. He's in Rowdy Radial. This car is called Capone. The left-hand side, the big full-size Chevy Silverado pick-em-up truck. That is David Aceto, 1990 model, 1500. Original SS454 bed. And Capone off the starting line at light tires. The truck looking for a low 9-second pass against 920 and 147. Scott Brown will have to come back around and try it again. The little nitrous infused 79 Pontiac Le Mans, for those of you that are wondering. Yeah, this is basically Pontiac's version of the Malibu. This is David Byrne. He's entered in the Super Street category. The naturally aspirated big block stick shift equipped 55 Chevy of Frank Romano. Radial tire cars to average a 6-second ET. It happened right here on Sid Week last year. This is Michael Morgan. An LS-powered 1987 Volvo station wagon. Yeah, you said, excuse me? Wait, what? Did you just say Volvo station wagon in the 6s? Yes, I did. It's been in the 670s at over 209 miles an hour in a Volvo station wagon. Yeah, probably like trying to push a barn door through a hurricane, but he has done it. Now, he has struggled a little bit this year. So he's going to see how he does right here as he's getting into the racetrack early, so hopefully a one and done if he can lay down a good run. On the opposite side, the bright orange Mustang, that's Earl Schexnayder, 2,000 mile Ford Mustang. He is running in the Pro Street class. And thankfully the car back in the sixes once again. How about a nasty, nasty stick shift equipped, turbocharged 2010 model Corvette coming up right hand side. This is Chad Fagan. He owns the shop. Who are his clients? Well, he built a car for a guy by the name of Kyle with 1320 video if you need some names dropped. His best pass yesterday was an 801. He backed it up with a 757 pushing in the clutch pedal. Yeah, a lot quicker. How about 758 at 181 for Bradley Arnold? And unfortunately for Chad Berkeley, he pulls right over to the side and shuts it down. Now that's an experienced racer right there. He felt problems in the car, and instead of continuing to drive it down the racetrack, he pulled off to the side and shut it down. Hopefully, that stick shift turbocharged Corvette is not permanently damaged. Hopefully, it did not get wounded too bad, and he'll be able to come back. Now, here's the thing, he did stage and take the beat. So technically, even though he did not complete the pass, he will get a 20-second time slip, which means he is still technically in competition going to South Georgia tomorrow. So if the car is hurt, unfortunately the 20-second time will all but eliminate him from the average to possibly be in contention for the stick shift win. But it does mean he's still in competition. So if he has to thrash on it and do a bunch of work to it, he still has until tomorrow at 3 o'clock when we make final lane call before he is officially out of competition. So Chad, we appreciate you pulling over at the top end in case there are any fluids or things coming out of the car. And hopefully that 750 capable stick shift Corvette will come back and make another hit. We will have to rely on our crack team of reporters to let me know what's going on. Meanwhile, as I said, Bradley Arnold laying down a stout 758 pass in the Buick T-Type. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be on hold here for just a minute while we get that car off the top end of the racetrack. Like I said, if you would like to go visit the SICK the merchandise booth for SICK the magazine and all the great stuff we have available, now is a great time to go do it. Go do it before we sell out of your size, out of your color, or out of what you might like. Hey, Mr. Campazano and Mr. Evan Smith, why don't you go over and visit them too? You can go get yourself some SICK merchandise. And like I said, for every $5 you spend, you get automatically entered to win the SICK the Magazine SICK Award wrapped and inspired Chevy Tahoe. It's got an Edelbrock Supercharger and some other cool stuff on tap, including an SET flash program. If for some reason a supercharged Chevy Tahoe doesn't strike your fancy, $15,000 in cash just might. For every $5 you spend, you get an entry. And I'm looking down at the staging lanes, and I do see Cletus McFarland and Mullet right back around in the lanes. So apparently it was not damaged too bad. And he will try again to go from A and B. Now, Bradenton Motorsports Park is his home racetrack. So ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we do have fluid on the racetrack. We do have fluid. So drivers, you can loosen your chin straps and your belts. Do not walk too far away from your vehicles. So we're going to be on hold here for just a minute, but thankfully, as I said, Chad pulled off to the side, so it should help us in the cleanup. So hopefully it does not take too long. As soon as I get an updated ETA, I will let you know. But again, please make sure that you stay with your vehicles if all possible. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so as we continue to do the cleanup, once again, I say a big thank you to all of you that have come out here to be part of day number 2 on Sick Week. And this is basically what can happen is, you know, we lose a lot of cars between point A and point B. And unfortunately, a lot of the people that are still in competition, the cars might be right on the ragged edge. It's also possible that we just have shooken out the people that can't hang out. And we basically narrow the field. We started with 332 entries. And for those of you that may have seen, we unfortunately lost quite a few of them, none greater than David Schroeder, a 2-time drag and drive champion, unfortunately crashing the 2019 Corvette yesterday in a big way. Car was on a good pass. Unfortunately, he was using up a lot of his lane. And right before the finish line, the car made a violent move to the left, then back to the right. It brushed the right-hand wall, then went across the racetrack, clicking off the clocks at 6:65. So he was on that quick of a run for the nitrous hot rod, and then hit the left wall almost head on. But thankfully, and let me repeat, regulated safety gear playing a major part, as Schroeder was able to walk away with no injuries at all, other than possibly being just a little bit sore today. But if you go and watch the video that Straight Line Media, SLM, actually put out yesterday, it is harrowing, because it does not look good. And then you realize that the driver gets out of the car, and this is the reason why on more and more drag and drives, including ours and Hot Rod Drag Week, we enforce safety regulations to the letter. So for everybody that says, well, I've got an 8-second car, but I don't need a roll cage, or I have an 8-second car, but I don't need all the safety gear and the Hans device and a full helmet and all that, talk to somebody that's been in a wreck and then change your mind. And if you don't, in my opinion, get a new hobby. Because we spend tens of thousands of dollars on these race cars and street cars. There's nothing that says we can't spend a couple $1,000s to protect the most important thing, and that's the driver. And the reason I say this is I have seen way more accidents than I care to, some of which have come from very close family and friends. And thankfully, because all of them have worn safety gear, all of them are still alive today. So again, we have a cleanup on our hands. Looks like it starts about the 400-foot mark. So as soon as we get an ETA on that, I'll be back on the mic to let you know. We're going to take a little bit of a break here. Don O'Neill is going to go downstairs and start interviewing some drivers that are sitting in the stage lanes. We'll tell you what they've been through on their drive last night and into the early AM hours here getting to Bradenton. We'll be back here with you here in just a few minutes.
You got me? 'Cause day two.
Attention all competitors. If you are expecting UPS deliveries, the UPS truck just dropped off.
You want to chat?
First floor of the tower. So if
Huh?
you are expecting a delivery to the racetrack.
Which
since
way
we're
with the
in a
sun?
little
You
bit
want
of
to get to the front
downtime,
side?
go over
Yeah, I
and
want to
visit
talk
the
to
first
him.
floor of the tower, which I believe is also where Tanya Turk.
What's your first name?
Rick.
Rick.
Also happen on the first floor of the tower. I will confirm that. That's where they did it last year. So please make sure that you get your time slip turned in before you jump on the road. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we continue the cleanup, again, on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel, our live feed brought to us by Motion Raceworks. We're going to do some driver interviews from the staging lanes. So Don O'Neill, top sportsman standout, is down there in the lanes. So if you want to check out what's going on, grab your favorite mobile device and check out Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. It's all yours. Take it away.
Thanks, Derek. Day number 2 started out with 330 cars yesterday in Bradenton Motorsports Park, and one of them that made it all the way. I'm sorry. Look, see, that's how tired I am. I'm a drag and drive guy. What in the wide world of sports? Started in Orlando, 330 cars. Lost 19 cars last night, but we didn't lose this one. And this one caught my attention yesterday. Did not get a chance to talk to him because, I mean, it's a beautiful Chevelle, but they call him Duramax Rick.
Yep, that's me.
All right, how in the world did you come up with the idea to put a Duramax in a Chevelle?
Oh, I just wanted something different and a little more reliable.
Something a little different and a little more reliable. Yep. Now, to everybody at home, how long did it take you to get everything configured to get a Duramax diesel engine in a Chevelle frame?
So it's been a 15-year process.
That's a lot of different Duramaxes.
No, we started the project in 2008. We had it up and running in 2009. I've been driving the car with well over 120,000 miles on the car since 09.
So how many times do you get the stupid look at the gas station when you pull up in the Chevelle and you pull up by the diesel pump?
Every day, all the time.
All the time?
All the time, yes.
So who's out here traveling with you?
My wife, she just stepped out right now.
She bailed as soon as the camera came on.
That's pretty normal. Yeah, it's a me thing.
Where are you originally from?
We're from California, so we're 3,000 miles away from home.
Where at in California?
Northern, Galt, California, just south of Sacramento.
You know this is like live, right? So you can like yell at anybody, like let them know that they need to get up because they should probably still be sleeping.
Yeah, I need to talk to my employees back at the shop. You guys need to get to work. Quit watching the live feed.
All right. So what do you do for a living? I'm assuming there's something with diesels.
Yeah, we run a diesel repair shop there at home. RF garage, primarily Duramaxes.
Okay, so if somebody breaks down out in California, they need to call you, right?
Absolutely. Yep. When you guys are there for Death Week, we can handle it.
You got their back. All right, so obviously you've been doing this for a while. Personal goals every time you go out in a drag and drive competition, or is it just for you to complete everything?
No, there's always a personal goal. We always want to do better than last time. It's always a battle. It really is. I mean, this car puts an abuse on everything. It's hard. We're shooting for an 8-second average this week. We turned in a 9:07 yesterday.
You took some hits yesterday too. Did you make 2 or 3 laps?
We made 2.
Okay.
The first lap was actually better, but there was a timing tree malfunction right on the starting line, and the time was wrong. It was better than my second pass, sorry. But whatever, it showed a 9:50, but the second pass we went 9:07. That's what we turned in.
I got you. All right, well, tell everybody at home where they need to follow you because there's no way you built this and have been doing it and you don't have some social media out there.
Right. On Facebook, it's Duramax Chevelle. On Instagram, it's RF Garage, Diesel Performance. Those are the 2 that you'll find us on. Yep, those 2.
All right, well, look, folks, you need to keep your eyes on Duramax Rick in the blue Chevelle. Caught my eye. I was like, what in the world is all that going on? So don't add your name to the list that pull up at the gas station and tell him to get the hell out of the diesel pump line. Duramax Rick, thanks for checking out, man.
All right, thank you.
Back to you guys in the tower.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we are back here with you live. Don doing some interviews from down in the staging lanes as we've got a whole lot of cars ready to go. So officially, because Tanya Turk is going to update this list again for me, we started with 332 cars yesterday. And at the close of the race yesterday, we had 20 cars drop out. Now, more than likely, that number is going to grow. I know of at least one more that I mentioned to you earlier today, Matt Manfier, with the car known as the Turtle, a two-time Dragon Drive winner and defending 235 class winner here at Stickman last year. Unfortunately, he will not have a chance to get that special orange helmet for a second year. And he shoot up with either a piston, a rod, or both. And I saw him last night on the side of the road at about 12:30 in the morning. He pulled a spark plug out and found at the end of it had been busted around like a bumper infused bowling ball. So, fortunately, he is down, so we can unofficially say 21 cars. I don't know how many more we're going to have, but on average, usually it's about somewhere between 15 to 25% of the field will drop out by the end of the week. The driving from track to track is what usually swallows cars up, not passes. So, joining the tower by the world's Canada Stuff Blue Bowl, probably the world's heaviest but the world's loudest 68 Camaro convertible. Also has the only blower that I know of that sticks higher than the roof line on a convertible. So he is kind enough to join us here in the tower. If you ever see the car out and about, it truly is a really cool car that has a very storied history. It's done everything from rack racing to heavy street heads-up racing. He's driven it to Daytona on the beach and then Daytona infield at the racetrack. So he's done a little bit of everything. And it was also on television on 1320 video. The funny part about it being on television recently is the guy who came up, no joke, it was not set up. The guy goes, what is this, Mustang? And you can tell the bull is, yes. You know, he's probably a little upset about getting pulled over, but he's probably more upset about being called Mustang. Because he jokes around with other people about it. So the fact that somebody said it to him and it wasn't set up was pretty funny. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, Don O'Neill down with the guy that everybody wants to hear from, Cletus McFarland, who was on his way to a moonshot, pedaled out of it, and set Long down a little too hard. So he's back in the lanes, and Don's going to get the 411 for everybody that's on the live stream. Don, it's all yours. Take it away, sir.
Thanks, Derek. Down here in the staging lanes, hanging out with Cletus. He's out here giving amusement park rides just for himself. Wanted to make sure that the concrete racetrack surface could handle everything, and I think you put it to the test there. You want to talk about that little bit of a ride you just went on?
Yeah, we went out about 300 feet, did a little power wheelie, and then it hit boost cut in the air, so I just lost all ignition. Slammed her down good, put a crack in the concrete, hopefully, put a crack in the frame probably, and we're back up here. We're ready to rip. I got Pete. He adjusted the tune-up a little bit, had to get the power in a little bit earlier, and then hopefully we can just get on down through there and get us a nice 650.
I'm going to say, we talked about that earlier. Yesterday was not like something that you're going to write about in your memoir book for Orlando. But, I mean, yesterday and today's a mystery. What are we going with today?
Yeah, I mean, we had great luck yesterday with McFlurry. Mullet went at 675, which isn't as fast as we wanted to run, but still a great run. Had a great drive. Today we'd like a 650 or 640, and we're on the road to Georgia.
Any other goals outside? I've heard you say the 650. You've talked about it multiple times. Is there any other goals that just outside the number? I mean, we're racers, right? We want to go fast, but I mean, personally, is there any other goal that you're just looking to try to accomplish during this sick week?
Any other goals on sick week? I'd like to win the lottery before the end of the week. That would be ideal if I bought a winning $50 million lottery ticket. Actually, $500 million lottery ticket would be better. I'm trying to buy Daytona Speedway so I can live inside that with my friends. That'd be great to get done by the end of sick week, but I don't know. We'll have to see.
All right, so, slam it down. No big deal. Went sixes yesterday. Still looking for 650s. The guy just wants a lottery ticket. I don't think he's got high aspirations or goals that are unattainable. You guys tune in. He's back in the lanes. we'll see what he's got. Back to you in the tower, Derek.
All right, so for those of you that are on the live stream, just getting the update from Cletus McFarland on Mullet. Obviously, everything is good enough for him to be back in the lanes. I don't know the extent of the damages. Unfortunately, I'm not watching the live stream up here. I'm a little occupied. But Cletus, thanks for the update. Hopefully, things will go well on the second shot Mullet. We continue to hang out and wait as we get the right-hand side of the racetrack back in fighting condition. So let me tell you a little bit about some of the people that are helping making SIG Week 2023 possible. Let's start with a great group of people that are doing our live stream. Being led by Warren Evans for his second year, we have added a lot to make that live stream even more enjoyable for you. And once again, a big shout out to Motion Raceworks. Doug Cook, thank you so much for providing the sponsorship necessary for us to get all this additional equipment, additional microphones, speakers, all the stuff that's going to enhance the viewer experience. And again, 138,000 people tuned in yesterday to watch the first day of live stream. Warren also does live streaming for NHRA, both on-site and on track. So for him to jump in for the second year, and we have added some more stuff. So for those of you that are on the live stream, you will see a lot of pre-recorded interviews that I did at PRI with both drivers and sponsors in December. You will also see some pre-recorded stuff from our very own Adam Dory, who's on the announcing staff once again for this year. He is going out to all of the checkpoints and getting lots of data and everything, talking to the drivers, finding out how their week is going, finding out if they have any carnage or any breakage. We also have Don O'Neill that you've heard from a couple of times so far today. He is down interviewing drivers in the lane. And it's Sam Scheidt. She's down there at the starting line. And she's handling the real Sig the Mag Instagram page. And she will also be doing some interviews throughout the week. So we have a pretty good team of people that are helping us out.
All right, day number 2 down here in the staging lanes, all the way in from Carolina. They call him Biggin. Yesterday, they should have called him Swapping. If you were on the live stream, he decided, didn't know whether or not the turn signals did or did not work, so you just want to swap lanes about half track. So, Biggin, you still got a smile on your face. Everybody on the starting line had a pucker factor when you decided to do that.
I had that too. So it was not something I wanted to do for sure. We got into something on the track and it took a hard left. You know, I thought it broke an axle. It changed lanes so quick, but you know, come to find out there's oil on track, and we'll try not to do that again. So we tried to wheelie the first pass. We try not to do that again. So we got some wheelie control in it now, so that caught it a little bit yesterday. We tightened some struts up and stuff, so hopefully today will be a good hit.
All right, so tell me who's out on the road with you.
Rye is my co-pilot. We're riding with the Motion Boys, Doug and Andy. Red's co-piloting with them, and man, I mean, we know a bunch of these guys. We just have a good time, and I haven't done one since 2015. I co-piloted with the Swedes in the Corvette last year, and we ended up winning, and it lit a fire. I had to get back out here, so it's good to be back out.
All right, so yesterday started with 330 people. I understand last night we had 19 fall out. And so let's talk about your drive troubles, right? It was a pretty grueling drive from Orlando to get up here, depending upon what time you left for traffic and so forth. Now today is going to be the drive that I think is going to get anybody. What are you concerned about on your drive?
Well, we made it to the gate at Orlando, from our pit to the gate, and our alternator belt had flipped on the pass previous, and it twisted the belt and it cut it or whatnot. So we put another belt on, made it to the next gate, and it wasn't the right belt, so we had to go get another belt. Got that figured out, got on the road, had a few issues with battery and got that figured out. But tonight the ride, I mean, straight interstate, man, we're running a 350 rear with the gear vendors, so I'm not real crazy worried about the drive tonight. You know, we can cruise 70 mile an hour at about 2,700, so I'm not worried about that too much at all.
All right, so I'm inside information. I saw you last week when you were here testing. Okay, now. You came in with a small goal last week. Yep. Now your goals. We've moved the goal line again. Let's talk about what our goals are for the rest of the week.
I mean, winning the class would be the ultimate deal. But a personal goal, I want to go 6s at 200. on a 10-inch tire with leaf springs. So if we can, it's achievable. We're chipping away at it. That was the first A to B pass we did yesterday, so we wicked it up a little bit this pass. So we'll see if we can chip away all week.
All right. Anybody you want to give a shout out to back in Carolina since it's live?
Man, my wife for one, not being home for Valentine's Day, so she's put up with me for the past month thrashing to get this thing done, and all the guys in the shop, they thrashed to help me get it done. All my buddies, late nights coming over and help. The Motion Racework guys, they've helped a ton. Pete Harold, he's the tuning on. He's here with Cletus, he's helping tune. HED, the guys right next to us, they did the motor, and we got us a motor. So everything just came together at the last minute. It was a struggle, but everything just fell into place. So.
Okay, so you talk about that. Listen to all this struggle. It sounds like we're trying to, we're running a pro mod team, right? But what keeps pushing you out here to want to do something like this?
Well,
We just died. Is it back? Is Jay still alive?
Jay, you're still alive, bro.
Yeah. I'm still here. Folks, it's technology. All right, I was asking you, what is it that keeps pushing you to do something like this?
This is what I like to do. I like enjoying driving my car as much as I do racing it. And these events just, it caters to that. So we, all these guys have the same mindset when you show up. They're just crazy dudes that want to do the stuff, and they're, most of them are super competitive to get it done to whatever it takes to get, to get the drive done. So.
My battery keeps dying.
Here, you're still alive. I'll just use the camera mic.
This does not work. All right, hey, he's playing. He's competitive. He's trying to get in the sixes. Hang out, stay on the live feed. Who knows if Biggin, who in the world calls himself Biggin? Anyway, see if Biggin can get it done later on this week. 6 seconds, looking for 200 miles an hour. Back to you guys in the tower.
Back to you, Jay.
A lot of people that come to Bradenton Motorsports pretty much drive down the state of Florida, go by some other racetracks because of the world-renowned No Blue Wade Rich brand.
Okay, just checking.
correctly. Considering we have a lot of 6, 7, and 8 second drag radial equipped rides, we want to make sure we get that right lane. They have pre-set up links. So if you want to go over and check it out, take yourself a reminder, subscribe. You can watch all the great action for 5 days of Stick Week. Raceworks is your leader in innovative made in the USA parts with a wide range of performance parts across many different platforms. They are your one-stop shop for all things performance related. Motion manufacturers parts in-house so that you can get the best quality you deserve and right when you need. No backlogs or waiting on stuff from overseas. It's made in the USA for USA racers. Motion Raceworks is the fastest growing automotive long-term parking company for good reason. They are run by most of the businesses, including Doug and Amy Cook, as well as Cletus McFarland, yet he is a co-owner of the company. They are focused on innovation, solving problems, that makes your build easier, and they invest in American manufacturing and equipment. The company built by and is more Motion Raceworks trailer for a whole lot of Gear Vendors Overdrive is the official presenting sponsor of Stick Week 2023. When you look at a lot of these cars that are anywhere between 20 and 3,000 how fast they're riding off the road, it's going to be a Gear Vendors. From 3,000 horsepower drag to high ride, Gear Vendors Overdrive is self-contained. Automatic removal transmission and a split climbing drive ratio reduces the inverter and mileage by up 20 to 28%. Fuel costs continue to rise, and parts availability are at an all-time low. And knowing that building an automatic transmission with an overdrive by itself is sometimes not hold up to that level of power, Gear Vendors should be on your list. If you pay for yourself in mileage and engine wear reductions, just buy that. If you want to find out more information about Gear Vendors, visit them on the web at www.gearvendors.com. Great shout out to Rick and his crew from Gear Vendors. Thank you so much for once again being part of Stick Week and the official presenting sponsor. From drag slicks that take races past over 200 miles an hour to the DOT-rated street strip drag radials that we have become famous for, there is no greater test for a tire than a drag and drive competition. And that is why Stick Week is proud to be joined by Mickey Thompson Tires for the entire week. They are on board for the entire journey of over 800 miles. You will see 332 racers cruising throughout Florida and South Georgia. Mickey Thompson team will be on site throughout the week with tires and tire changing equipment. Tell racers out with their rubber requirements. If you're looking for a tire that will last while delivering maximum horsepower and adhesion, choose Mickey Thompson Tires. To find out more information, you can go and visit them in the Midway or visit them on the web at www.mickythompsontires.com.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag yet? Sick the Mag is the magazine for the drag and drive community. It's kind of more like a book. If you haven't subscribed, get over to sickthemag.com, subscribe.
Sick the Magazine is the ultimate magazine for drag and drive fans and car enthusiasts of all kinds. With over 200 pages and coffee table book quality, every issue of Sick the Magazine is packed full of amazing street machines that can race just as well as they can cruise. Get deeper into the sick world of drag and drive by subscribing today. And remember, every annual subscription to Sick the Mag gets you 30 entries into the Supercharged Tahoe giveaway. Terms and conditions available at sickthemagazine.com. Sick the Magazine is giving you the chance to win a Supercharged 2012 Chevy Tahoe. Custom wrapped in sick colors and equipped with an Edelbrock Supercharger and Mickey Thompson tires, this is the sickest Tahoe in the world. There's all kinds of ways to get your chance to win. You can get 30 entries by buying an annual subscription to Sick the Magazine or an entry for every $5. Sick the Magazine is giving you the chance to win a Supercharged 2012 Chevy Tahoe. Custom wrapped in sick colors and equipped with an Edelbrock Supercharger and Mickey Thompson tires, this is the sickest Tahoe in the world. There's all kinds of ways to get your chance to win. You can get 30 entries by buying an annual subscription to Sick the Magazine or an entry for every $5 spent on merchandise at Sick Week or online. But be quick. The opportunity to receive entries will close on February 28, 2023. No purchase required. Terms and conditions available at sickthemag.com.
Track time on second pass, 1:8:25 yesterday. Cletus, former Major League Baseball pitcher in the Flathead 68 Camaro, the LS single turbo car, went 792 182 yesterday. As we already spoke about, Alex Taylor going 696 and 205 for her first time ever in the sixes and over 200 miles an hour on drag and drive. She had done both things in testing, but had never done them both before on a drag and drive. So you witness history. And she did it again today, improving on both of those numbers. She's going to pack up and head for South Georgia Motorsports Park a lot earlier than she packed up and left Orlando. We rolled out the gate at about 6:30 and she was still getting tired of getting from the car. And more than likely she did until probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Some of the other people that laid down some stellar performances yesterday. Glenn Hunter, who we have already seen out here today, he is also trying to find that magical low spot in that big heavy 56 Chevy. His best pass yesterday was an 8:29, but at a booming 193 miles an hour with a 184 60-foot time. 60-foot time was probably about 5 to 6 tenths above what it should have been. But as I said, that car is a very touchy bird indeed. Andrew Koboda went 749 and 188, and then improved upon that today and went 748. I believe those are both personal best passes for him. Chad Fegley, who unfortunately did have some fluid to come out of his Corvette, that's the cleanup we're doing right now. He went 801 and 194 yesterday, then came back and dialed in the clutch settings just right to go 757 and 184. So he is currently leading the stick shift class. But that is where, oh no, that is not good. So being joined in the tower by Adam Dory, and that is a destroyed third member. Oh, that's, well, technically the Corvette's in the back, so I did say third member. So the T56 and Chad Fegley is Fubar. And Fubar is almost a kind word, as there is no bottom to it. So I think it's fair to say he beats on that like it owed him money, and now he owes instant money. So I don't know if he has a spare transmission. Some of these guys and girls will carry spare trannies. But we will see if he can find something. Now, here's the thing again. He technically staged. So even though he didn't complete the run, he will get a 22nd time slip, and he is still in competition. So he technically has until tomorrow at 3 o'clock before he is quote-unquote out of competition. So by some chance, he can find a transmission and either he built one to get him back in contention, or just find one to live it through the next 3 days. But either way, I haven't heard whether or not he actually is looking for one. I don't know if he technically is. So instead of just keeping you in the dark, Adam will just update. So ladies and gentlemen, Adam Dory joining me up here in the tower. So he's going to tell you about Chad Fegley again. Corvette went 757 yesterday, and they just showed me a picture of a transmission that has holes where it's not supposed to.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a chance to talk to Chad before that passed, and he was super stoked on
of course, running mid 7-second range with a 8-pattern stick shift C6, and went up Vegas Pass, and unfortunately he had the bottom of the transmission blown easily out of it. Again, that's the transaction in that C6. Still does have a transaction in it. He said it's starting to do some weird stuff with the tires, shook the tires and pedaled it, and just blew the transmission to pieces. So, unfortunately, he did say, I am out. I am done. It's my fault. I'm just doing what I can do, and it just is what it is. You feel bad for him, but at the same time, he did really good appearance. He did, like I said, personal best in a row. The thing put up almost 200 miles an hour on a small tire radial station car against street cars. So really awesome, and happy to have him out and doing that thing. But I am going to go talk to him a little bit more. But I did have a chance to talk to him right before that pass, and yeah, just a bad deal for him. But it is what it is. That's part of the deal here. You have to keep it alive, both on the racetrack and on the street. And unfortunately for Begley, it doesn't look like he is done.
So ladies and gentlemen, that truly, let me reset this here, and Adam will correct me because he's been down getting me the details as he does. That will truly reset the stick shift category. So we had 3 cars, all possible running in the 7s. We had Begley, Taylor Hendrick, and the Flynn Green GT350 powered Mustang. I can't remember who that is. Ron McLean. I have to go through my notes. But anyway, so with all 3 of those competitors either not in the 7s or out of competition, so now Taylor Hendrick is joined by Chad Begley. That will put, quote unquote, Richard Guido, the Canadian Chuck Norris, back on top. And he is the defending stick winner. Jeremy Howe, that's who it is. Yes, but he went 7:30 at 195. Jeremy Howe did in the Shelby flat plane frame induced Fox Mustang. Now, I don't know if he never made it. Looking at my entry list, he was supposed to be here. I don't know if he dropped out or not. I don't even have a time on him. Taylor Hendrick, unfortunately, I don't think he ever made a pass yesterday, or if he did, he didn't get a time on it. But that car came off the dyno rollers just shy of 1,200 horsepower, and he has a 2-valve still in that car, and was looking to boogie and get down and party. He was ready. He won the Southeastern Street Heat race back in November. Richard Guido, with the car that he drove from Canada through the snow and the ice and all that stuff, a beautiful, show quality worthy 65 black GTO with a pure Pontiac power, with a big single turbo that made just shy of 1,500 horsepower. You go, wait a second, our guy's running in the 7s with 1,200 horsepower, and then Guido made almost 300 more, and he's only running an 891. Yeah, girth is what we like to use, ladies. Girth. As that car is close to 2 tons. It has all the factory red interiors still in it, and he wants to make sure that that thing is comfortable. He said, I can always make more power, but I want to be comfortable driving it to and from Canada. So again, stick shift class now, unfortunately, will add another name to the did not finish list. And it's an unfortunate thing, but better to have tried and not gotten there. Well, like I said, now that puts a couple of drag and drive veterans in the number 1 and number 2 spots. As Richard Guido will now slide to the number 1 spot. And Frank Romano, the 3-pedal bandit out of New York, the tattoo artist by trade, with an actually operated big block 55 Chevy. He tries to shake the trim off of it every time he takes the run. He would slide to number 2 spot. And then Christopher Roberts with the 83 Ford Mustang, our first 10-stick car in the number 3 spot. So that will change things up in the stick classes. The stick class, I think, had the most entries here this year. And as I said, we had a trio of second-time capable cars. Now, all 3 of them are either no-shows or out with breakage. Not what we want to see. Because Adam and I have lots of great stuff to talk about. But Adam and I did talk also about all the amazing runs that have happened so far today. I mean, talking about Alex Taylor, the fact that she clocked a home run in the bottom of the 9th inning yesterday after she on the struggle bus. I mean, she had a front row seat in the struggle bus. And Dennis sounded literally relieved when we asked him yesterday when we left. And then she comes out after probably not getting to the hotel until I would guess 2, 3 o'clock this morning. And the belts out of 690 and 206. Yeah, her very first number 1 and done in that car. time for a regular dinner. And once again, if by some chance Adam Dory wasn't up here in the booth, Ryan Reed helping me out with Jeremy Howell. Ryan, thanks so much for helping me out here. As I said, my brain is a little mushy and a little fried. It's like a, what do you call it, a pork sandwich. Some of it is fluffy and some of it is crispy. So Alex Taylor won it on. Westberg in the S10 actually came back after making a 650 pass. You talked to him. What did he say again? He ran like, what, 655, 656? And I thought, yeah, that's probably a one and done. What did he say to you exactly?
I cruised over and I said, wow, what do you think? That's a beautiful pass. Like, you're your like personal best pass. He said, you know, it was kind of shaking the tire weird. And maybe hit a safety or something, because it should have been in the 40s on that pass. So, you know, we're looking at the data, but we're probably coming back up. And then no longer than about 15 minutes after that, I saw him back in the staging lane. And I heard you call over the PA that he went 640 with that S10. Of course, twin turbo LS for power. I think it's racing engines. The single the stick winner last year, Stefan Rossi, is the 8 racing engine guy, giving him the power plant for that S10. And yeah, it was amazing to watch him not be happy with a 650 and come back and put the thing on 640.
Yeah, I almost wonder if he was kind of throwing the towel at Stefan Gustafson's face, because they were trading the 650 back and forth between them yesterday. And Stefan Gustafson came up and went 643 to 218. Again, that's last year's winner. That would have slid into the number 2 spot right behind Tom Bailey, who again didn't even make the first session because he's still on the struggle bus. And then Westberg says, hold on here and hang on a second, and knocks down a 640. Now again, we talked about this earlier. When you look at a 624 and then you look at a 655 or a 652, and you go, okay, well that's not a car length or two in between the two. Well, when you cut that margin in half, and all of a sudden Tom Bailey starts sweating a little bit. I mean, a 624 and only 188 shows that that car does have the 5-second capability that we know it to have. He ran a pair of 6.0 time splits at drag week last year, but in between was kind of a blender full of emotions and broken parts. So Tom has been experiencing a little bit of everything. And he came up and talked to us on the live feed yesterday at Orlando, and he said it was a junk 624 pass. Now, I can honestly say that I don't think I've ever heard junk and 624 pass in the same sentence in my life, unless it's an 8-mile pass, and then that was qualified. But Tom was serious. He wasn't happy with it. He said it started sounding nasty. He has handled the parachute handle, and he just couldn't wait any longer. He just threw it out there. And also, you mentioned this to me, the quickest and fastest ever nationally aspirated car on drag line, James Dobby McIntyre. He went 785 yesterday. Now, his personal best here race that was testing was 772 or 173. He said the 785 was junk. He had his hand on the parachute handle, and he threw the laundry out of what, about 1,000 foot mark?
Yeah, exactly. Do the laundry at 1,000 foot. It's all relative, of course. You know, I mean, that guy with a car that has that kind of capability, you know, goes up and you expect him to be really, really happy with that pass. But if you go, you got a little bit extra in the thing, of course, the Goodwin competition, Tammy, on that deal, you know, that's a tough deal. Also, talking about nationally aspirated cars, I did have a chance to talk to Jason Pascott as well. He went 852, and I went and talked to him, and he said, hey, the chassis sort of this thing is 850, and that's the number I want, is 850. So 852 is not an 850, so he came up with 3 more passes with that thing, that 427 natural aspirated small watt, single 4-barrel. And he put it, again, he kind of went 854, 854, and ended up turning in the 852. So, yeah, that's one of those things where he said, you know, I heard on the live stream after he turned in the 852 or something like that. He really, really wanted to come back. He said that announcer up there doesn't actually realize who the heck Jason Tapscott is, because we're looking for 850, and unfortunately couldn't put it back on the number. Did again at 853 or 2, something like that, and the thing went 122 on the back tire, the 60 foot. But he was getting his car all put back together to get back on the road, and that's his plan. He wants to go 85X all week, but he wants to hit 850 at one of these tracks, and he just said, you know, unfortunately the area, the track's not going to be there later, So we're going to go ahead and just get on the road, and we're going to put that 850 up next time. Also, attention to the pits, the VP fuel trailer is going to be hitting the road at 2:30, ladies and gentlemen. So VP fuel is hitting the road at 2:30. So if you need to get some of that good VP race fuel, cruise by there before 2:30, please. And anyway, sorry to steal some of your thunder here, guys. I just, you know, you're up here kind of doing your thing, and I'm down in the pits talking to all these guys. And you talked earlier about Andrew Doppina, kind of in the 740 range with that car. And, of course, personal best on that. Unfortunately, that car only PT tech to 750, so he can't turn in those 747s that you're talking about. So he said, you know, he got there way quicker than I expected with this car. He did run a slew of kind of 8.0s and 790s on Rocky Mountain Race Week. Brought it out here to Sick Week, and the thing went on the number pretty much the first day. So now he's having to slow that thing down in the index class because only goes 750, and he's chasing Eric Yost, who does not have that restriction on his car. I believe his car is tech to 650. So he's been running a slew of kind of 730s, 40s, but with a 750, you know, regulated top, I guess if you will.
Well, I tell you, I'm down here in the staging lanes, but I'm really down here in the staging lanes, hanging out with Bob, who is taking a nap, which you guys on the live stream kind of already know, trying to get the track back in order. Are you catching up on sleep from a rough night?
Yeah, very rough night. We didn't get into the hotel till 4 o'clock this morning. We had a lot of issues with people we were riding with. Took us like 9.5 hours to make the drive. Had a fuel line or a training line rubbed through, so had to fix that. Had a coolant temp sensor on the same car, had to fix that. I had an injector stick on this, had to deal with that, and some tire rubbage. Just one thing after another, and everything took forever. So got up at 7 this morning and ate some breakfast and came here and rushed to the staging lanes, and now we're taking a nap.
How many of these drag and drive sick weeks have you done?
This is my second sick week, and then so this is my fourth one.
Your fourth one. Now we're sitting beside a Mustang, and it says 392 Hemi on the side of it. So let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's got a Gen 3 Hemi in it. Pretty basic combo, just rod and piston motor. It's been 761 yesterday. I had to let out early. I'm limited to 750 for my license, so trying to stick around there. It's got an 88mm turbo on it, but nothing.
Well, it sounds like your nap time's over. Race cars rumbling. Back to you guys in the tower.
All right, back with a couple of F-bodies, one second gen and one fourth gen. Eric Schaefer coming out left-hand side. This guy has won a couple of drag and drives, and he has also been second in a couple of drag and drives, including 6 week right here last year. So he's looking for that magic 8.5. He is going to back that puppy up and hit the road. first pass. So both of them back around. Try again. So Mark says that's yesterday, 7-12. Chevelle. A pair of small tire drag radial 8.6 second time slips. Our next car coming to the starting line. Josh Norris, 1967 model Chevy 2 Nova. With the old school stack injection, this is a naturally aspirated hot rod that is modified category. And he will line up with Dustin Trains, a former hot rod drag week winner. He is running in the L class. The L class is our street race category, so Dustin, another driver, looking for that 8.50 magical time. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Ray Cox. Ray Cox, can you pick up your FedEx shipment at the gate, please? Ray Cox. Ray Cox, can you pick up your FedEx shipment at the gate, please? Attention in the pits, Emily and Aaron Reeves. Emily and Aaron Reeves, if you have a minute, I'd like you to the top floor of the tower. Emily and Aaron Reeves. Emily and Aaron Reeves, if you have a minute, I'd like you to the top floor of the tower, please. No rush when you get a minute. from yesterday. 981 and just 106 for the stick shift Mustang left side. As he was on a good run, and then unfortunately Willingham stepped off the pedal. Timothy Blythe and Peter Dover coming on next. Dover on another good hit, right hand side to Chevelle. 789 at 171. Look at his crew member dancing up and down. He is happy with that lick. And Timothy Blythe going 872 at 165 in the Triumph. So a good run for both of them. Could be a one and done. Some good runs here, ladies and gentlemen, at BMP. Once again, Ray Cox. Ray Cox, I need you to the pit gate for your FedEx delivery. Ray Cox. Ray Cox, I need you to the pit gate for your FedEx delivery. Raymond Hoopy, the SVO Clone 1982 Mustang. And it's got the right hood and the double wing on the back. It was used on the 84 to 86 SVO. For Raymond Dupuy, and that will not work because he is in an 850 limited category. So his crew guy going, oh yeah, darn it, we got to come back and try again. Malibu coming up next to Mike Cook. He is building the car on the left-hand side. The right-hand side, little Chevy love truck. That's Dustin Cable. Cable is running in the Grove Street class with the 78 Chevy love truck. Derek Henderson on the opposite side of the Mustang, going 861 and 153, and that's an 850 limited class, so not a bad run for him. But for the most part, if you are over 1 second on reaction time, it gets added to your ET. Now, for example, it is not a 100% stuck in stone deal. So like, for example, if you're on a single pass and you can't get the turbo spool in time because there's nobody next to you to help with, talk to Keith, see what he says. I'm not saying yes and I'm not saying no. It is at Keith's discretion. But your best choice of action, leave before you're sitting in the starting line for 1 second. So once again, bullseye, .02. That's your digits. Also, Rowdy Radial class. Rowdy Radial class cars, listen up. Rowdy Radial class cars, listen up. And I'm just going to go ahead and throw Jordan Tuck in here because he is number 1, so I don't even need to bother looking at that one. We need number 1, 2, and 3 finishers after today to report to inbound tomorrow at South Georgia Motorsports Park. So, like I said, Jordan Tuck, just go ahead and assume you're going to be there because you've already run in the 4.6 second range twice. So whoever is in the number 2 and the number 3 spot, make sure you please look at the results once we get done today. They are available on sickthemagazine.com. Just click on the results tab. And then if you are in the number 1, 2, or 3 spot in Rowdy Radials, you will report to impound tomorrow in South Georgia. If you don't, quarantine, impound, same thing, yeah, quarantine. Let's put it this way, if you don't report there and you don't see Keith Turk, you're probably going to be in trouble. You don't want to be in trouble with Keith Turk. Because Keith Turk gets mad about 2 things. People not listening when he tells them something and being out of Diet Coke. Yes, exactly, those are the 2 things. And that's not including Tanya, but I'm keeping it simple, ladies and gentlemen. We all know men are from Mars and women are from Venus. Tanya does a great job of what she does, and Keith has the job that nobody wants, but Keith does the great job at the job nobody wants. So it looks like we are starting to go to lanes 4 and 5. So if you are in lanes 4 and 5, please be suited up and ready to go as we have the Monte Carlo off the pad, and it looks like we're about ready to go back to action. So again, if you are in lanes 4 and 5, please be suited up and ready to go. Lanes 4 and 5, please be suited up and be ready to go. We are going to come to you next. I will tell you what, we have seen a lot of great passes so far today. A lot of people have truly laid down the gauntlet and thrown the hot sauce at it and really done the best they can here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Jay Grabiak, the beautiful big block power 1967 Chevy Nova on the left side. The right hand side, the Volvo with a little bit of LSA influence. Yeah, it's pretty cool. On a 10-second wagon. This is Cameron Thorpe. Guy probably puts more laps on. So Thorpe and Grabiak to the top end. 992 and 1046 on the left side. A couple of 8-second hot rods coming to the starting line out of the burnout boxes. Good smoky burnouts on both sides. Left-hand side is Robert Williams. He is a shop owner by trade. The 1977 Nova with the twin-turbo LS power plant that he calls Weapon X. He's staging up against Houston McLean or McLean Motorsports. 2014 single-turbo Nova. And on its way down the racetrack, Robert Williams having some trouble. Top end for Houston McLean. 860 at 133. That is a good pass. He got out of the gas early. He didn't want to run too fast. A 538 at 129 at the 8th mile, and that was a good run there. Probably going to be a one and done as they're going to jump on the road and head to South Georgia. So we will line Robert Williams back up for another shot. He's had a couple of them in testing, and we'll roll it out back towards 11:74 time slip.
Back end the car. Just so it's not all just front of the car, front 3/4.
Our next pair to the starting line, Christopher Roberts, a 1983 model Mustang, the 4-eyed car. Over on the left-hand side, right-hand side, the 1965 Mustang. That is Dan Hirsch. Hirsch is riding capable of 7, but unfortunately for him, he's had some wheeling problems. Let's see how he does over here. Maybe he just wanted to stage again, break the beams. Might still have some work to do on that Mustang. 968 at 149. And Dan will roll slowly down the right-hand side. Doug Cook coming up in the LS single turbo Mustang. Doug Cook has parts coming out of the Mustang. Reinhardt to the finish line, 925 and 140. Good run for him. And unfortunately for Doug Cook, he's got parts on the racetrack. That's not what they wanted. Pumpkin Spice will coast on down, and I have a feeling that Doug Cook might actually raid his own trailer at Ocean Raceworks for some spare stuff. We'll see what happens with that. It's unfortunate, but this is the reason why people carry spares.
On with Sam. Sam, I know you and I are wearing some sick apparel. Where does everybody need to go and get their sick apparel since they're not here with us during Sick Week?
Online at sickthemag.com. It'll take you to our Sick Machining website, which has all our apparel on there. There's a ton of stuff on there. We got stickers, we got cups, we have an international line. We got the helmet stickers with all the flags on it, so that's pretty cool. The embroidered sweatshirts are really nice. They kept me pretty warm last night because it's freezing.
I got one. All right, guys, it's real quick. We're going to get back on track, but go check it out. We'll be back with you soon. Back to the tower.
Fuel truck will be here until 2:30. So if you need any of that good VP racing fuel, go over and get it before 2:30. You've got about 2 hours and 20 minutes. got to make sure we double check, make sure that it is all clear. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Miss Avery Chastain, Miss Avery Chastain. If you can see Lonnie Grimm at the front of the staging lanes, please. Miss Avery Chastain, Avery Chastain. If you can see Lonnie Grimm at the front of the staging lanes. She has the white patina and sickly contact, I believe is what he said. Lonnie would like to see you at the front of the staging lanes at your earliest convenience.
People are always asking us how we come up with all the ideas for products that we're constantly releasing at Motion Raceworks. Basically, our engineers are just solving problems that we find on our own builds. From there, we take that idea, engineer a solution, combine some American-made material, and put it into production. We machine our parts to perfection so it's easy for you and us to use them and make power with them. Our parts undergo extensive testing so that by the time they get to your car, we know it's something that you can count on to perform like you expect. During assembly, our parts undergo careful inspection to make sure the quality you get is something we can be proud of. Our sales team becomes more knowledgeable about our products by working on their own projects at home to help better serve you as our customer. Our shipping department carefully boxes your parts so they show up the same way we send them to you. Oh yeah, they're car guys too. People want to know how we come up with all these parts because we live and breathe it.
Sick the Magazine is the ultimate magazine for drag and drive fans and car enthusiasts of all kinds. With over 200 pages and coffee table book quality, every issue of Sick the Magazine is packed full of amazing street machines that can race just as well as they can cruise. Get deeper into the sick world of drag and drive by subscribing today. And remember, every annual subscription to Sick the Mag gets you 30 entries into the Supercharged Tahoe giveaway. Terms and conditions available at sickthemagazine.com.
Have been turned off, so I believe we are going to be back to action. So once again, drivers in the lane, suit back up, please. Drivers in the lane, suit back up, please. Ladies and gentlemen, now the new leader in the clubhouse in the stick shift category, the Canadian Chuck Norris himself, Richard Guido, wheeling the 1965 twin turbo Pontiac powered GTO. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are running a class that requires you to weigh, scales are on the west side of the racetrack, the non-tower side. So if your run requires you to weigh, please go to the west side of the racetrack, turn off the right side of the racetrack, not the left, and use the scales from the top end. Once again, Richard Guida, the stick shift. Bart Corleano in the 2006 Mustang. Bart going 11:58, 8:75 for Richard Guido. That is and that could very well be a point done for Richard Guido. 8:75 for the stick shift turbocharged GTO. All right, I have a parts call. Glenn Hunter with the 56 Chevy is looking for a acetylene belt for a big block Chevy. Glenn Hunter is looking for an acetylene belt for a big block Chevy. It's 5:55 and 1:31, pedaling out of the Master guy. No, he said no? Okay. Yeah, that's smart. Get on the road and get to South Georgia. One of our Bullseye Challenge competitors, Jeremy Tapscott. Not Tapscott. Not the Camaro driver. No relation. Tapscott with a P. He's in the white Chevy pickup truck over on the right-hand side. The left-hand side, the 2017 CL1. This is Craig Douglas. Racers, if you have a time slip that you want to turn in, first floor of the tower is where you need to go to see Miss Tanya and her team. Once again, if you have a time slip that you would like to turn in, go visit Tanya Turk on the first floor of the tower. Our next bear up, Kendall Collins. The twin turbo Maverick, he is running in the Radial class. He lined up against the Bill Stanley 1941 Willie's left side. There's Larry West. Beautiful. And ladies and gentlemen, for the third time today, Cletus McFarland and Clark Rosenstengel will line up. So Clark Rosenstengel and Cletus McFarland back around the lineup with each other for the third time in as many meetings today. On their last pass, Clark Rosenstengel went 7:44 at 185, and Cletus made it to the 8th mile and then had some puffs come out of the car and went 7:50 at just 144 miles an hour. So Cletus obviously still trying to get back to that 6-second range. Clark Rosenstengel was about 3/10 off his pace yesterday. So both of them looking to make a good run here. Rosenstengel to the finish line. Shoot early, 7:09 at 184. Rosenstengel, he dumped the laundry early and still goes 7:09 at 184. And now for Cletus McFarland, his best pass, a 750 out of 3 shots at the racetrack. He is not going to want to take that, and more than likely will hang around to the all-run session later today. And that's uncommon because yesterday he came right out and went 679 on his first pass. Walter Doyle, the 1966 Chevelle that he calls bloody red and blue, even though I'm looking hard and I don't see a whole lot of red and blue on that car. Maybe he meant it's bloody red and blue because he sanded it down. At 134 for Parker Mitchell.
Runs like a cattle. Who the fuck are you? Can't race with it, break it when the crankshaft comes out of that. Still can't well too though.
Clint Sadowski, former Major League Baseball pitcher, coming up in the single turbo LS68 Camaro next. This is a 7-6 capable hot line, went 792 yesterday. Still on with Jason Kagey, bright orange Fox Notch Mustang on the left-hand side. At just 142, a 1.3060 foot on the back tires, and Clint Zadowski was hanging on for dear life, and the thing came down beautifully. And an 840 for Jason King and 163, a good pass for the Mustang. But all eyes were on Clint Zadowski as it was going to be how long is the wheels going to stay in the air, and he came down out of it beautifully. And hopefully did not hurt anything as he got out of the gas early. Again, that car has 7-second capability, but he saw a whole lot of blue Florida sky to match the blue on that Camaro. And he'll probably come back around after an underwear adjustment for the next session. A little bit of cleanup on the left side of the racetrack before we go back to action here. So to everybody that is watching on the live stream, over 10,000 strong and over 50,000 viewers, we thank you all so much for being part of the Motion Raceworks sponsored live feed. If you want to check it out for yourself, Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, tell your friends. Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Ben Paganoni, the 1993 Mustang. I believe this has a Barra engine in it, as he is running in the Street Freak category. I'm looking at my resident Australian here. So a Barra engine in the Valvoline back Mustang over on the right-hand side. The left-hand side is Chuck Stefanski. So we still got some heavy hitters in the staging lanes that are going to be coming up here shortly. One of our NA cars, the 68 Mercury Cougar, sitting patiently in the water box. You see Alex Carella, the C-Red 235 car with his better half, Christina, sitting down there next to him. William Luan, one of the class leaders, sitting 3 pairs behind him, looking to repeat from last year. And I also see the McFlurry Mustang out of the Cletus McFarland camp, the Twin Turbo Godzilla, and Bruno and Lenko 5-speed back entry. A couple of the, not actually, it looks like one at least, of the B3 racing operations, the 7-second Duster sitting back there, Rick Trunking. And Brian Acton with the turbocharged Chevy Nova sitting back there as well. So here in the grandstands, don't go anywhere. There's a lot of cars left. Sitting in the lanes. See Mike Kaplan sitting back there in the Fox box. He's on his first drag and drive ever. He actually has a chance. He won an 857 in this class yesterday. Had to tune it down from an 830. He said it was somewhat impressive. I have an 830 car that I have to turn down. Scott Miller, the FE, naturally has British Mercury Cougar, stage up left side. It goes 910 and 147, all air and fuel naturally aspirated. A 1289 at 82 miles an hour coasting for the Camaro. So that'll bring up Gilbert Correa, the Whipple Coyote powered 1986 Mustang on the left side of the racetrack. also out of Luan Motorsports. And it looks like he will stage up with his teammate, Alex Corella, the firefighter, who won in the street race category last year on 17-inch chrome ponies. And this year has gone from the 17-inch wheel down to the little 235 tire. Corella has been struggling just a little bit with those, as yesterday it took until his last shot before he ripped off a 5:23 time slip. So that's what he'd like to do again. So the car he calls Seeing Red, the ginger red car. So our next pair to the starting line is Will Luan out of Luan Motorsports again. An 8.50 with a 6. He is currently the class leader in 6 street race. He will line up with the nitrous-infused 1966 Chevy 2 Nova over on the left-hand side. That is Bram Hayes, the purple Pro Street Hot Rod. I will be joined here on the mic in just a few minutes by Aaron and Emily Reeves from for Willie Luan. Now, an 8.57 is not a bad pass, but when you've got people knocking on the door that are going between 8.50 and 8.52, that kind of leaves you a little bit exposed, so I wouldn't be surprised if Luan comes back around and makes another shot. But he will have to wait for the all-run session. Once again, we have 7 A B group radios and lanes are closed. So I am joined here in the booth by Aaron and Emily Reeves from Flying Sparks Garage. They were nice enough to pretty much bring out everything but the kitchen sink, and I think the only reason they didn't bring the kitchen sink is because they ran out of room for it. The Garfield truck, the C30, am I correct? C20, it's a 3/4 ton that they got running, took home, stuck in the weeds for 3 years, revamped it, brought it back, loaded it down with everything, provided epoxy for somebody yesterday. Took 3 days to make a 1.5 day trip. Am I missing anything, Emily?
That's about it. We're having an absolute blast.
So you guys are doing Sick Ward. You and I talked about this a little bit for an interview that we're going to do on Sick the Magazine. But for everybody out here, also done it with your friends Mike Finnegan and David Freiberger, and now you're doing kind of the quote-unquote relaxed atmosphere of Sick Ward, but instead you decided to one-up yourself and bring all the spares you can. And yesterday when I put the call out for epoxy, you were one of the first people to hit me up and go, hey, I've got 2 different kinds of it. And I'm like, kind of wanted her to sit back and relax and enjoy this for once. But you were in the tower within like 5 minutes. So tell us a little bit about what you and Aaron are doing. And obviously we talked about your involvement with Peak and Summit Racing, and they are the proud sponsors of Sick Ward. So you want to tell me how that all kind of ties together?
Yeah, so Aaron and I have been having a really relaxing trip. Lazy in the mornings. Like usually when we do these events, we are up bright and early, and I've got the jitters because I know I'm going to have to race and fear of breaking stuff and putting my guys. But this has been so awesome and relaxing. And we've just been keeping our ears open for people that might need stuff. And like the awesome dudes from Great Britain that had to do an engine swap overnight. Like we provided some stuff for them and just kind of documented their journey. And they're doing awesome. We're so proud of them. And there's so many stories like that of people that are just hustling to make this event happen. And everybody involved is just rooting on. So we're here to do that in person and provide parts.
So do you like this tripod?
Snacks. Anything we can.
So it goes without saying that yesterday was a very long day. And I know you guys were both there until well after we had sent the last car down the track. It was a interesting drive. I was on the side of the road at 12:30 with Matt Lanfear. Unfortunately, he went out of competition with a broken engine. So we did see a whole lot of cars continuing to come by real late in the morning. So, Aaron, if you could tell us from your perspective, what was the drive like going from Orlando to here, and what did you guys have to deal with? Did everything go smoothly? Did you run into anything?
Yeah,
while you're out here and you're interacting with some of the people who are also involved in being like Derek Gary from Westberg Garage and Alex Taylor, obviously, who's working out one cover Don't go anywhere though, because the Cletus McFarland Mustang is down there getting ready to make a pass as soon as we get the top end clear. tower side staging lanes at this time, please, for your first hit. An 849 with a 9 in the right-hand side. That is pretty much as bad as not going to the starting line. Yeah, that is not what you want. An 849 with a 9 in a class that is limited to 850. Ford Drew and Mustang basically would just like to have that one over again. Richard Flint went 782 in the little S2000 with all the motor pretty much hanging up out of the hood. And we'll bring up a pair of classic Chevys next. will get it done. 10:05 at 132 left-hand side. So Andrew Dovido will hand in that sled. Darce Laws and the Olds Cutlass going 9:15 at 183 and 8:60 at 159. For Nick Wygoo, that's about a 10% of his basement. Might turn that in, might come back for the all-run later. We'll bring up John Dodson next. The LS single turbo infused Malibu out of Texas left side against the Dodge Demon with the turbo on board right-hand side. Let's run some low 9-second passes. I am joined in the tower right now by Joanna Icobelli. And Joanna, we talked about the fact that you have done a little bit of everything. I first met you on NMRA's World Finals Tour. You talked about the fact that you come from a lineage of drag racers and specifically Ford drag racers. Is this your first drag and drive? And you go by 1320 chick on YouTube. I want to throw that in there real quick. Is this your got brand new wheels on for this year, and yesterday you jumped with a little bit of traction trouble as that car makes a lot of power, obviously, right off the hit. Today, an 866 at 163, leaving off the foot brake at a relatively low RPM, so you've got to be enthused and encouraged by how much is left in the car, and not only that, you're real close to your versatile best.
Yeah, so my dad's a tuner from Tyson. Yesterday, realized that I've left the suspension really tight. So we have a little bit of traction, and I have to loosen everything out.
So obviously the temptation is there because I'm sure you were probably like a lot of the rest of us where you were at Orlando late yesterday, probably didn't get into the hotel until real early this morning and operating on pure adrenaline and energy drinks, and you got to be enthused by the one pass, but at the same time, know the hook is there and the temptation is to stay here and possibly make another hit, and then you got a 5-hour drive in front of you to get to South Georgia. So what have you and your husband Brian talked about? What are you thinking? Are you going to stay, or are you going to try to make another hit, or are you going to pack it up and be ready to leave?
We're going to get the car ready to leave, and then my girlfriend that was staying with me, we're going to wait for her. We're now, so
is 8:59. That's a good run. So Joanna, we talked about the fact that, again, your mom's car, not your dad's car, but your mom's car, one of the first cars on a BF Goodrich drag radial poster, and she has had that car since brand new, correct?
Yeah, so she's really looking for that. She loves when people make sure they know it's hers. The store with that car back posted next to white. So they were looking for either an orange car or a yellow car, which, seems odd. And then a yellow Fox body. So again, actual condition of the footage to her, and
Funny thing is, this is also for those recently on social media, considering that your car has been every bit as fast, if not faster than that car, tell me in your own words, obviously, following in your dad and mom's footsteps in not only performance and racing, but also in the Mustang line, what did that mean to you to be able to be trusted with that car with that much history?
oh gosh, you're gonna start the waterworks. It was an experience. And I didn't even beat on it. We literally just went up 2 or 3 miles and came back, just got some video of it, and turned around. That's all I needed. I didn't need to be on it. What I got was what I needed.
So again, you have gotten within less than half of a tenth of your personal best. We leave here and we go to South Georgia Motorsports Park, which is obviously very well known for record-setting lap times and speeds. But we're going to pass National Parts Depot on the way. That is our checkpoint. Do you know anything about National Parts Depot? And just so you know, considering I used to work there is a completely separate section of Mustangs. So for those of you that are on the tour, the first and last Fox Body Mustang that were ever produced, VIN number 1, and the last one to roll off the assembly line are in that collection. They have a 93, 95, and 2000 model Cobra R. They have the 300 million Ford that was built, which is a Mustang. They have the last Mach 1 that came off the assembly line. And they have the 150 million Ford, which is also a early edition 4-cylinder Mustang. So I know a little bit about the cars that are there, but so are you excited and enthused about going in and seeing the museum, considering that, the other option is to go to Don Garland's, which, let's be honest, that's a bucket list item for a lot of people, but for somebody like you that has a lot of Ford lineage and they sell Ford Mustang parts, so I'm assuming it's kind of a toss-up. You could go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a weird history buff. I don't know a ton about the old stuff, but I'm learning, and I just love it. We went to, been there, just went to a wedding, and I was obsessed. I just love it. So definitely, put that in the log.
So again, you do a little bit of everything, both YouTube and Instagram and so forth. So for everybody that would like to follow you and on your journey, I'm sure you're documenting some of this. So if they wanted to follow you in your adventures and what you have going on, not just for SIG Week, but what you have going on this year, where can they find you at?
Mostly TikTok, heading back to YouTube. I've been on there for a while, and then Instagram. It's at that 13.
So Joanna, thank you so much for coming up and joining us here in the tower. As you mentioned, you'll be ready to go on the road as soon as your friend is done. And a one and done, not a bad thing to have happen on the second day. So again, look for the teal S550 Mustang with that 1320 chick. It's pretty easy to see it on the side. And Joanna will be out there enjoying on her first drag and drive. We'll see you in South Georgia tomorrow. Thanks for coming up and joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
left side and a 1059 right side. So you start to move into the C and D group. So once again, C and D group, if you are not in the lanes, you're about to be late. C and D group, this is your shot. Need you in the lanes, tower side. Section of SigmaMagazine.com. Subline green Mopar, the Hellcat Charger of Mitch Thom. Also ringing up a 10-second pass. Kingswood goes 1272 at 109, 1176 at 123 for Jordan Flansner. The 2014 Camaro Preston Anderson. Left side, 1250 at 105 right side. Once again, competitors, the VP Fuels truck will be here until 2:30. The VP Fuels truck, VP Racing Fuels truck will be here until 2:30. That's about an hour and 25 minutes, so please make your plans accordingly. I want to make sure if you need any of that good VP Racing fuel, you need to get it before 2:30. All right, ladies and gentlemen, also, if you need something good to eat or drink, it looks like we got a bunch of you standing in line to do. The Bradenton Motorsports Park concession stand is open on Tower side. They got all kinds of great things to eat and drink, including ice cool Budweiser and Bud Light. So if you're not in competition out here today, and you are not driving, why not? You're not working, go grab yourself an ice cold beer. You get a free collectible Bradenton Motorsports Park glass with it. Out of the Yukon, 5,600 miles he traveled to bring this 67 Oldsmobile here. It's a low 10-second, and it's Oldsmobile powered on the right-hand side. Jeffrey. Meanwhile, Rovek on his way to a 10-second time slip, right-hand side. 10:18 and 1:30 for the Oldsmobile powered Oldsmobile. All right, our next pair in the C and D class, really clean looking little white Chevy 2 over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. That is Dean Tepman, the 65 model Chevy 2, the 1971 GTX on the left-hand side. And Tepman off the starting line. Tepman went 11:16 yesterday. Let's see how he does right here. 11:21 and 1:17, so pretty much right in line with what he ran yesterday. 14:38 at 96 miles an hour for the GTX on the left-hand side. That was Justin Gray. The Skyjacker stands with the patriotic add-ons of the Crown Victoria left-hand side. That's John Moore, 2011 model Crown Vic. He went 10:16 at 127 with this ride yesterday. Staging up against a really clean looking 1968 Chevette. Right stripes and chrome and add-ons. And the Crown Vic once again doing work. 10:64 at 134 for the Crown Vic. 11:54, 118 for the Chevelle. Andrew Taylor and Christopher Burnett coming up next. Taylor running in the naturally aspirated category with the 3rd gen Firebird formula. And the S10 pickup truck of Christopher Burnett running over on the left-hand side. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will run an all-run session following the C and D group, waiting on that call from Lonnie Grimm. Taylor to the finish line right-hand side, 10:92 at 123. 1277 at 105 for Burnham's S10. Daniel Grubach coming up in the constructed Dodge Ute. On the left side of the racetrack, James Levinstead, William Wendell, brother David Levinstead out of the BFI Speed Group. These are the two sons of Brent Levinstead. And I think I've used up all the Levinstead that I can. Named all three of them. 1388 at 100 miles an hour left side for the Ute. 1488 at 90 miles an hour for Shane's BFI Speed-based Honda. Adam McKeown coming up next in the 68 Torino. Staking against the Dodge RT pickup truck. And McKeown down the left-hand side. Pickup truck giving chase. Top end for McKeown goes 1230 and 109, 1227 and 117 for the pickup truck of Paul McCullough. And we see one of our top competitors rolling in street trim. That's Stefan Gustafson. He looks like he might be picking up a little bit from the VP trailer before he hits the road, makes the tow up to, well, when I say tow, I mean the trailer that's behind him, not the trailer it's going on, as he will head up to South Georgia Motorsports Park. Still got lanes full of cars. We have our third of three Buick Roadmaster station wagons. I never thought I would say that at the racetrack. We have three Buick Roadmaster station wagons. This one a stick shift, small block with some nitrous on top. 1024 at 129 miles an hour. 1281 at 105 for the Honda Del Sol. Nice looking little 1965 Falcon coming up next on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And the Chevy pickup truck, I believe this is Bear Crockett. Yes, it is. He's running the Bullseye Challenge. Crockett last year competing in an 8-second Pontiac Trans Am. This year taking the full-size route. He goes 11:59 at 94 miles an hour, 11:20 at 121 for the Falcon. Cadillac versus Mustang in our next battle. And of course, when I say that, I just mean, yeah, they're staging up with each other. It's all for bragging rights. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. Zachary won tonight, two green and gray Mustang. Cadillac over on the right-hand side is Josh Williams. Williams goes 12:05 at 116. Bloom goes 12:67 at 105. Bring up the 1975 Dodge Dart Sport entry. And they will stage up against the 1966 Chevrolet Suburban. While you are in the staging lanes, please stay with your vehicle and please keep it tight with the vehicle in front of you. Sean Fink behind the wheel of the Suburban, be chasing down the Mopar. Left side goes 1301 at 104 for the Mopar entry of Darcy McCubry. And it's 1659 at 80 miles an hour for Sean Fink. For those of you that may recognize the name, Sean Fink was last year's Unlimited Iron Class winner And unfortunately, he broke everything but the engine in testing. Unfortunately, he even got the quarter panels. So he decided to go to Plan C and picked up the Suburban that Mike Finnegan had bought for his wife at one point, and apparently it had been collecting dust. So Sean bought it back and is out here doing Sick Week with it. Frank Fernandez, the 72 Comet, not a Maverick. This is the Mercury version over on the right-hand side. Staging up with the Mustang driver over on the left side. That is Russell St. John. And St. John will trail the Comet all the way to the finish line, 12:59 at 107, 10:83 at 123 for the Comet driver. Keith Turk, please check your messages. Keith Turk, please check your phone. Chevy Suburban coming up right-hand side, and the Ford Lightning left-hand side. Lightning is Jared Tillman. Went in the mid-12s yesterday. The Suburban is Albert Fernandez. This is not his first Dragon drive, because he's brought the family with him. The Lightning en route. 1192 at a lifting 83 miles an hour, 1375 at 101 for the Bird. Savakinas at 1170, 114 right side, 1091 at 121. For the 74 Malibu of Doyle Walton left side. Chevrolet Camaro, Little Mazda Miata coming up next. The Miata is Sarah Fernandez. Talked about her dad, who is driving the Suburban, and now she's bringing out her car. Camaro is John Wagle, and Wagle gets there first, 1295 at 106. Sarah completes the run at 1683 at 81 miles an hour. Scott Montgomery coming up next in the Corvette, left-hand side. The white 4th-gen Camaro over on the right-hand side. That is Hunter Newman, 2001 model Super Sport. Camaro came off the starting line first, the Corvette will give chase. 1103, 135 Corvette, 1263, 113. So Royce Benson having some trouble, and yeah, it just gets compounded as Mustang driver having all kinds of issues. He will run it out the back door to at least get the data. At 168 miles an hour for a 13-second pass. It means he's completed the pass. He's still in sick week. So a couple of late entries here. Once again, Cletus McFarland back around, and in the very warm racetrack as we are working our way past the 1 o'clock time frame. So Pete Arrow tapping the keyboard here for Cletus McFarland this week. And Cletus, not really where he wants to be at this point. A 674 at 214 yesterday was a good pass, but unfortunately for Cletus today, he has made 3 shots at the racetrack, found a wheelie on one of them, and tire spin on the other 2. His best pass so far is a 750 at 144. The car regularly capable of over 200 miles an hour, and unfortunately he is struggling with it just a little bit. So Cletus looking like he might back up. Oh, actually, it looks like we're just going to be on hold here for a minute as we have some cleanup work to do. So once again, the C and D group in the staging lanes, please stay with your vehicles. C and D group, please stay with your vehicles.
Sick the Magazine is the ultimate magazine for drag and drive fans and car enthusiasts of all kinds. With over 200 pages and coffee table book quality, every issue of Sick the Magazine is packed full of amazing street machines that can race just as well as they can cruise. Get deeper into the sick world of drag and drive by subscribing today. And remember, every annual subscription to Sick the Mag gets you 30 entries into the Supercharged Tahoe giveaway. Terms and conditions available at sickthemagazine.com.
I need an air control motor for a 5.3 liter LS. I also need a 12-bolt ring and pinion for a 3 Series carrier, preferably a 342 ratio. So if you have access to or you have in your spares an air control motor for a 5.3 LS or a 12-bolt ring and pinion, preferably a 342 for a 3 Series carrier, please come to the top floor of the tower and let me know. I will give you the contact information for each one of the racers that need them. Kevin Wilms, the 1930 model Roadster with the old school Econo scoop on it. 1127 at 113, 1062 at 130 for the Yukon-based Olds Cutlass of Rovek. The Motion Raceworks And TBM brakes back, 68 Chevelle. This car made the switch from big block nitrous power to turbocharged LS. This is Tanner Stover. He went 789 at 171 earlier, which was an improvement on his pass from Orlando. Not sure if he's going to do better than that. Temperature that we have here, actually that is Mike Swindoll. Mike goes 1072 at 120. My apologies, Tanner. 1021 at 130 for the right-hand side. The beautiful supercharged Chevy Nova coming up next on the right-hand side. That's Terry Swindoll. And the diesel-powered F3 pickup truck over on the left-hand side is David Workman. Workman a little bit of wheel hop as he comes off the starting line. Swindoll heading down the right-hand side in the Nova, top end says, 1080 at 122. 1308 at 97 miles an hour for Workman's diesel pickup truck. Everett Frizzell coming up next on the left side. The little bit of nitrous on top of the S10 pickup truck. The Cuda convertible over on the right-hand side, that's Adam Saylor. A little bit of smoke out of Frizzell's entry, and now a lot of smoke. 1356 at 75 miles an hour for Frizzell. A 1572 at 61 miles an hour right side, and we are going to be down to check that out for a few minutes. So while we are doing a little bit of track check on the left-hand side after the smoke from the S10, we're going to go to a reel from our Sick Ward entries on our live stream. Once again, if you want to check out all the action for all 5 days, you can go to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. That's B-A-I-L-E-Y. And a big shout-out to Motion Raceworks. Thanks for being our streaming sponsor, as we're going to go to that
One of the
right
unique
now on the live stream.
Wards, if you will, marketing techniques that Tom Bailey and his team have put together in 2023 is the Sick Ward. Now these sick individuals, yes, I may use the word sick a lot, which Summit Racing, presented by Peak, they're out here, they got drinks, all these people standing in line, they're serving chicken, they got some shrimp, seafood, and this one right here, the one they call Patty, she's the one that keeps everybody in line out here. Patty, tell us how the whole Sick Ward let's just talk about the environment and the energy that's been going on day 2.
Oh my gosh, this has been absolutely fabulous. We have been so busy and we have met so many fabulous people. It has just been the event to be at. We've had so much fun. It's not just myself, there's like 3 others that are working here. Everybody's working hard. We just want to make everybody happy. And we've got drinks. Today, like you said, there's seafood, there's barbecue over there for all the sick ward members. They wear a little green bracelet and we take care of them. It's fabulous.
Well, how many people are participating in Sick Ward this year?
I'm going to say at least a minimum of 200, but there's probably more than that we're seeing.
Okay, so let's talk about the basis of the Sick Ward. What do the people that are part of the Sick Ward, what do they do, or heck, what are they doing? I don't get it. I'm confused.
Having a great time?
Other than having a great time.
Okay, so this whole area is the parking for the Sick Ward. If you've seen the banners across the tops of their cars, they also get a number. With that number also, they're registered into some drawings on Friday. Here we have all their drinks. We have breakfast snacky stuff in the morning. We have all the others. They get t-shirts. They get the tokens. They get some stickers. I mean, everybody's coming up to us and telling us that they're having such a good time.
Now these are the fans, right? These are fans of Sick Week,
yes,
right?
They
Right?
are and they're following the crew from city to city to city as well, and that's really been great too. I mean, the feedback that we're getting is so fun.
Well, I mean, doing all this amazing work when you have companies like Summit and Peak supporting it, I got to stop the interview because the food is smelling so good around us.
It is. It's wonderful. And it is. It's hard standing here for me.
All right, folks, if you've never been part of Sick Week, maybe you can just start out simply in the Sick Ward. Then we'll figure out if you're mental enough to participate in Sick Week. 2023, Tom Bailey's Sick Week, Bradenton Motorsports Park.
All right, guys, Adam Dory here with Royce Payton, the Nightmare Mustang, the blown, injected, big block Chevrolet, correct? Yep. 65. Yep. Mustang GT350 clone car, coupe car. So, just got the car turned around. You're about to make your first pass of the day, right? Yep. And
switched over.
What do you think?
I think the track's good. I think it'll hold whatever we throw down at it. So we turned it down a little bit from yesterday, so we don't have any troubles.
Nice.
Hopefully.
Nice. Drive yesterday okay?
Drive was great.
Awesome. Awesome. What do you think about the Lenco?
I think it's the way to go myself for this caliber of car, because a lot of guys out here have had a lot of transmission troubles all through testing before this event, and it seems like a few of them got some trouble now. So.
Absolutely. And yours is like a Bruno as well, so
Bruno
it has a torque converter,
yep.
and then a 3-speed. So yeah, that's super awesome. This is your first event with that, isn't it?
No, it's always been.
It's always been?
Yep, it's always been Bruno with the Lenco.
Awesome, awesome, man. That's very, very cool.
It doesn't get hot, and it does everything we need it to do, so.
It's very awesome.
Yeah, pretty versatile.
Love that. Yeah. And I remember you sent me a message about all the Lenco jokes with, Cletus and the crew putting the Lenco in the
We'll see how they do with
Godzilla.
it.
We will.
I think they'll do okay after the first event. There's some maintenance that's involved in the Lenco.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks so much. Good luck on your first pass. What do you think it's going to go?
I'm hoping for 7 anything right now.
7 anything?
770 would be nice. But.
Cool. Awesome.
Hi, we're here with Steve Morris from Steve Morris Engines, a guy who has done everything from being a tuner on drag and drives to now participating on drag and drives. Steve, we talk about the fact that you've got a lot of success with Tom Bailey, and now you brought your own car back to doing drag and drives. How much difference is it for you from being a tuner, an engine builder, and quote-unquote passenger in a car to driving your own car?
Actually, yeah, that's a good one, because when I'm riding with Tom, we have an unspoken rule. These are the things I handle. These are the things he handles. We never even talked about them. I handle from the flywheel forward of the car, pretty much. And so I'm taking care of all that. This thing's driving down the road, and I'm listening for, that sounds different. That sounds, or Tom will go, oh, is it supposed to sound like that? And I go, yeah, don't worry about it. And, you know, stuff like that. So, and then Tom takes care of everything else. So it's like, you need to change the tire on the car. It's like, huh, good luck with that. Because that's not part of my deal. I don't think, on 2.0, I don't think I've probably ever worked on anything past. Yeah, I bet you, I mean, maybe a little bit of help if we had to do transmission stuff, but I mean, I literally have not worked on anything backwards.
Okay.
I'm doing my deal in the front of the car, he does his deal in front and back. And then on 1.0, then I would do, I did do a little more work on that because that car was a little more maintenance monster at first. I mean, I remember changing wheel bearings in a gas station parking lot at one time. So did some more stuff like that. And then we got, but now that I'm driving my own car, obviously I'm much more conscious of I'm doing everything else. And ironically enough, in last year's sick week, I actually reversed the roles totally. I let Kyle do everything motor forward, and I worked on the back of the car, which is totally different. I'm not usually doing that. So I'm thinking about, you know, Tom was figuring everything out for trailer and what you're doing with stuff and how you're packing stuff and all that other things. And I was just focused on making sure the motor was doing right, making sure the tune was right, and trying to get the car going on track. Everything else Tom was handling. And now you're obviously, I'm actually almost inverted. I'm not doing as much on the engine side of it, letting Kyle do that, or we'll see. Kyle's not riding with me this year, so we'll figure out what's going to go on there. But a whole car approach versus just this one segment.
So we talk about the fact that from going from a car like Tom's to a car like yours brings its own unique set of challenges.
Yeah.
Your car weighs a lot more than Tom's, and again, first time that you've been in this car in a long time. So can you tell us a little bit about the car, the history of it, its transformation to being a drag and drive car, and what were some of the things that you were planning in your head leading into Sick Week 2022?
Yep. So I have always just liked this body style. I just always liked the car. And so I found this car on the side of the road by my house, and it was owned by a pastor. It used to be blue. And I thought, oh, that would be cool. I'm gonna turn it into a cool looking street car. Well, everything changes from there, because then it starts out as a cool street car, and it's like, well, maybe I could build it to go something faster. Maybe I could make something different. So I start building it as a race car. So the first thing I started doing was we then turned it into a radial car, and it was a complete stock front frame, mid frame, and had stock frame rails all the way in the back with a stock pickup points, stock style suspension. So back in the day, Radial versus the World stuff was stock suspension. They weren't the Pro Mod cars that they are now. And so that's what we built it for. Didn't have much success, to tell you the truth. Mm-hmm. I mean, we were just there to look cool and do something, and then I was just having fun. So was racing that, doing those things, was going to the lights out race, no mercy race, doing those things. Then it started getting better, and we started going faster, and we're having more fun. I can show you a cool little tech thing if you want to see it real quick about this car in particular. So this little wicker bill here, keeps this car on the track at anything over 170 mile an hour. So with the body shape and everything, it's never changed. This is all stock body, so stock steel, glass and power windows, the whole shebang, stock roof. At 170, the car is super dicey. It was going all over the place. And I figured I'd put this wicker bill on it. Then the problem with putting the wicker bill on it is then it took all the air off the parachutes. So if you see my parachutes, everybody thinks this is wrong. It's not wrong, it's right. Pretend that this is the wing of your car. If your wing of your car was up here, you would not put the parachutes pointing down or pointing straight back. You got to get the parachutes up into the airstream. So just pretend this is my wing. That's why the parachutes point straight up. So that helps me to go speed. And so now we've been 230 mile an hour in this car on the big tires after we turned it Pro Modified at Sick Week, and so it's a super stable car. Sorry, went down a tangent on that deal. But the we did the radial racing, and then I thought, you know what? I would like to go big tire racing because we're doing big tire racing with Tom. I'm thinking this is kind of cool. I think it makes more sense, and if doing drag and drive, it's a little harder to do with a radial car. It's possible, but it's a little harder to do with a radial car. I thought, let's just do it big tire, and then turns a 7-year process of turning this car from a drag radial car to a big tire pro modified car. And this car is like one serial number different than Tom's 2.0. So this car got built. This was the next car that got built after 2.0 got built. So it is very, very similar to 2.0. And so it took a very long time to get all this stuff all done, pieced together. It was in paint for 2 years. Because that's not a wrap, that's paint. And so in between paint, the chassis, finishing off everything, me getting this whole engine program all up and going, it has been a grand total of 20 years that I've had this car and been doing stuff with it. To this, what I think is the final version of it, because I really can't imagine what else there is left to do to it.
So you've done a lot of drag and drives, both from the passenger seat and now as a driver. What's your most memorable moment you can think of from doing a drag and drive?
Most memorable moment. My fondest and probably most memorable moment was 2013, doing it with Tom in 1.0, and because I call it the golden year. Because it was just, that was the year that the car had never been 6s before. We didn't think it was going to go 6s. We show up, it goes 670 right off the trailer. Literally the car was apart the week before that. It goes 670 off the trailer, and me and Tom, he goes 670. He comes back and he's typical Tom. It's like, and I'm like, we didn't talk to people. We didn't even talk to each other. It's like, okay, let's just go. Let's go to the next track and let's just make it happen. And we did that the entire time on that week. So, and it was just successful. I mean, it was the first big success was with 1.0 in that car. So I think that honestly is my most fond memory and the one I think of first. Even before being the first car to go 5s, I think of that one.
So you ran in the 6s over 200 miles an hour in this car last year. What are your goals for 2023, and will we see you at more than one drag and drive?
Yep, I plan on doing more drag and drives. I would really like to go. We'll definitely be at SICK Week. Probably going to be at SICK Summer. I'm trying to make sure there's not a scheduling conflict because I really want to take the car to Sweden and do the drag and drive event that they have over there. I think they call that one Street Week. So I'm gonna go do Street Week with this car in Sweden because I just think that would be super cool. I mean, that'd just be neat. And so that's where we want to do it. We're gonna run some other events and some other stuff. I'd like to take it and do like a PDRA event, Pro Mod and PDRA Pro Boost.
So Ben Matt's coming up next in the blue F-body Camaro. Him and his wife Amber doing their first drag and drive. Staging up against the Charger. In the Bullseye Challenge, that's Robert Sharp. Sharp get to the finish line first, 10:82 at 1:09. Ben goes 12:49 at 1:06. And knowing how Amber is, she's still sitting down there talking about how she would do better than Ben would. The Mustang versus Malibu Station Wagon coming up next. Wagon is Kyle Cartwright, 1983 model. That's the last year they made them. Staging up at the S550 chassis Mustang over on the left-hand side. Wagon with a little bit of boost loading up in it. Daniels that left front wheel out there. Rick Dorn trying to stay alongside of him on that Bullseye Challenge class. 1076 to 92 for the Wagon. 1108 at 124. That's a good pass for Rick Dorn, as the Bullseye Challenge is an 02, so he's 600ths off. So it may not necessarily win it, but it's pretty good. Here comes the little Fox body convertible Mustang, and this guy shedded an axle out of it at Orlando and made the parts call for a stock length 28 spline C-clip axle, and somehow found one and actually put it back together. I'm sure somebody probably had it sitting in a pile somewhere. The first thing you do, get rid of the C-clips. Second thing you do, get rid of the forelugs. Berlino Valdez in the 88 drop top goes 1368 at 104, 1491 at 97 miles an hour. For Adam Green in the 79 Camaro. A 1338 and 1166 in the General Lee in the house. Once again, just signaling the presence, the air horn there and proper. I approve. Trailer hitch on board, all the right markings. He said he was looking forward to the shenanigans that Brian Loans would have spit out on the mic. I'm trying to do my best there for you. As Thomas Reitler coming off the starting line left side in the beautiful 1957 Bel Air over on the right-hand side. That's Stu Hill. And Hill goes 10:08 at 133. Robert Bent, the Terminator Cobra, 1095 with a 6 on the end of it at 123, and I believe that's going to require some touch-up on the racetrack. So, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about some of the cars that we have sitting in the lanes right now on the wait. Cletus McFarland, one of them. So far, he's got a 750 elapsed time, and that's not what he wants. He went 674 yesterday, and so far he's been on the struggle bus today. Tom Bailey, finally coming to the staging lanes with SICK 2.0. That's the 69 Pro Mod Camaro. He is your current leader at 624, and he's ready to make a lick. And next to them, a 2650 cc with a 76 millimeter turbo on top of it, Volkswagen Bug. He single-handedly tried to take the tree out at Orlando. As the car went in the air and to the left, he got out of it, got the front end back on the ground. The car wasn't quite straight, and then he hit the gas again, and it was second verse, same as the first. So we're going to do a little bit of touch-up on the racetrack, and we'll be back to action here in just a few minutes. Attention in the pits. Timothy Blythe, or Blith, whichever way you say it, with the 64 Triumph Spitfire. I have your control module up at the top floor of the tower. Timothy Blythe, or Blith, whichever way you say it. I have your control module at the top floor of the tower if you would like to come fetch it.
Okay, guys, Adam Dory back, and I've got the Canadian Chuck Norris Rich Guido with the stick shift 1965 GTO.
4,090 pounds today.
4,090 pounds.
I gained a little weight on the last trip. I don't know what happened.
It's about 1,000 Qs of Pontiac,
About
right?
1,000 cubes, yeah.
Yeah, about that. But really, 521?
Yeah, 521 with the new crankshaft.
Very. What's that in CCs?
I don't know.
I put you
What
on the
about liters.
What about liters? Let's do liters.
It's like eight. I don't know.
Oh, come on. See that?
I figured it out once, but
it happens. But what you just ran an 876.
875.
875.
New PB. And I've done this for a while, so as I heard that Chad was broke and that I was in the lead, I turned it down. I had to turn it up a little bit more, not to catch Chad, but just to see how it would do. But I realized that breaking it and not being here tomorrow, I can't win nothing. So I was earning a little less boost than when I ran 877 on this event last year, and it went 875 at 162.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, I switched the radios because I mean, Tom Bailey and the whole crew does such a good job of prepping these tracks for radios. It was the time to try, and they paid off. That was the best 60 foot I've done in the car.
Right, and Fegley's on radials too.
He's on radials too, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But, so yeah, 875, new PB. You're the leader in stick shift at the moment.
Yeah, unless Chad gets it fixed. I really hope he does. Like, I know Leroy's got some stuff, and if he gets it fixed, that's all the power to him.
Right, it'd be awesome. I mean, you don't want to get the win that way, but at the same time,
This is a war of attrition.
It really is.
It really is. Like, anyone who thinks that the fastest car is going to win this event,
you're kidding yourself.
They're totally wrong.
You are kidding yourself.
And I think we're at 30. I think we're at 30. Let's see how many miles we got on this.
Let's go look at this real quick, because he did drive this from Red Deer, Alberta, Canada.
3,662 miles.
3,662 so far. So we'll do that. We'll do the rest of this trip, and then you got to drive it back home. What is it one way?
On the way down, yeah, it's about 3,000 miles.
About 3,000. That's crazy.
So it'll be 8,000 miles on this trip.
And tell us about your tow rig. What's your truck and trailer situation?
Yep. That's it right here. Look at that. Got some look at them winter tires.
Here it is. Woo!
Mud flaps on there.
Mud flaps, winter tires. This is it. No truck and trailer.
Yeah, people talk about, what do you do for salt and stuff? Well, you wash it off.
You just wash it.
You just wash
That's
it.
part that.
I did a frame off of this thing in the garage, and I hosed it down with epoxy primer, and I don't know, it's like any other car. It's going to rust eventually anyway, so hopefully not before I die.
That's right. That's right. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations on the PB, dude.
All right, thank you.
And you can see Rich Guido and Bill Armstrong on the Clutch Burners podcast.
Yes, sir. Right there.
Everywhere you get podcasts.
Yeah, it's just for us, but you can listen if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Barrel burning smells terrible.
What's it?
That barrel burning over there. It's got the rubber in it. You'd smell it. If you move up a little bit more, you'll smell it. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, got the green light to go back to drag racing, and look who's coming into the water office. Cletus McFarland. Everybody jump on over to the Tom Bailey YouTube channel and hit that like and subscribe button. Let us know you're watching. So as As I already mentioned, Cletus McFarland kind of up against the wall right here. And so far he's had a couple of cracks at the racetrack and has not found what he wanted. His best pass today is a 750 at 144 miles an hour. And for Mullet went 674 at 214 yesterday. And this is Cletus' home track. He's kind of struggling a little bit, but right there. Got the right tuner on board with him. Yes, sir. Pete Harrell trying to help him out. And the surface now has a lot of heat in it, so hopefully they dial the combination in correctly to take advantage of a fresh prep track, but again, with a decent amount of sun on it. So Cletus would like to see a 6 in any way, shape, or form right here. It sounds like they dialed it back. And they dialed it back beautifully. Top end of the track saying 675 at 215 for Cletus McFarland, and he will take that. Just 100th of a second off what he ran yesterday and 1 more mile an hour. So a nice job there for Cletus McFarland after having 3 passes with not the result he wanted. He will be happy to get that time slip. Bradley Arnold coming back up for another shot in the Buick T-Type Regal. No, don't call it a Grand National. This is the T-Type. This is the sort of non-showy style Grand National. They can get them in a multitude of different colors. We'll stage up against Rovek Azula. And both of them hooked up good. Bradley Arnold on a rip, right side. How about 758 at 183 miles an hour for the T-Type? And a 1016 and 131 for the Oldsmobile of Rovek. Both of them making good passes. So it looks like Tom Bailey will be next. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Bailey, your unofficial leader here on Sick Week 2023. So far, Tom already ahead of what happened to him last year. Last year, he left Bradenton Motorsports Park the leader and unfortunately broke on the drive. And that marks the end of his 2022 Sick Week. So this year, obviously, he's happy that he's making it to stop number 2, but it has not been an easy one. So Tom Bailey, right now your leader at 624 at just 188 miles an hour. This is his first shot at the racetrack today as they are working on ignition issues. For those of you that didn't have a chance to hear it, yesterday we did an interview with Tom Bailey when we were at Orlando. So 6 seconds 2.0, built off the original 69 Camaro that Tom purchased and still has. That one is built around a steel body. This one a complete Pro Mod body. But with all the stuff necessary to run on the street, this car weighs in close to 3,000 pounds, so a lot heavier than most people would think it is. The Steve Morris's engine underneath the hood, a lot of turbochargers under as well. The dual fuel technology setup. And Tom looking for something good here because, again, yesterday he only made 1 hit. And this is his first hit of today. So all eyes on Tom Bailey. Can he hang on to the lead? There's a lot of cars in the 640 and 650 range that will very easily take his place if he can't make a good run right here. So Bailey loads up some boost, gets it bumped in. Now it looks like it did not want to get with it, and he will not use that pass to hand in, as he will coast to a 10:48 at just 92 miles an hour, and that is not what he wanted after all the time to get the car ready. And then it was just very sluggish off the starting line. You could kind of hear it breaking up where the ignition wasn't firing cleanly. So Tom Bailey now, with a little bit over an hour to go before we close the lanes down, he will come back around more than likely for another hit. VW Bug with the stick shift and the single turbo on the right-hand side, trying to make it from point A to point B, and so far having lots of trouble, but gets to the finish line. $14.20 at 91 miles an hour right-hand side, $12.67 at 110 left-hand side. As Steve and Kyle Morris from SME all packed up, and they are on their way to South Georgia Motorsports Park. Again, almost a 300-mile drive up the west and central portion of Florida, and then get about 30 miles into Georgia and find Cecil County, and that's where we'll be tomorrow. So the RX-7 and this Chevy Impala coming up next. RX-7 of Pedro Valley, 1986 model. Chevrolet on the right-hand side of the racetrack is Ashley Goodnow. Ashley's car should be a low 12-second player. 12:05 at 115. Valley goes 12:40 at 111 in the Mazda. The next pair, right-hand side, the dial your own based category, Richard Pfeiffer, 2004 model GTO. Will stage up against the Fox Body Mustang left-hand side. Also in the dial your own category, that's Stephen Gauthier, 1990 model Mustang. The GTO out in front for Pfeiffer. Gauthier coming. 1273 at 105 for right side. 1226 at 114 left side. The Carmen Ghia coming up right hand side next. In the Gassers Hot Rods Beatles class, that's James Hoff, 1964 model Carmen Ghia. Will stage up against the C3 Corvette. That is Richard, nope, not Richard Flint. Scott Guthrie in the Corvette. Guthrie goes 11:53 at 114, 11:57 at 119 on the right-hand side. The Cadillac on the left-hand side, and the second-gen Camaro. Right. In our next battle, heading down the racetrack. Camaro belonging to Tyler Holcomb. And Holcomb out in front of the Cadillac goes 10:20 at 132 miles an hour, 10:38 at 136 miles an hour for the Cadillac. In the 6 street race category, that's Michael Pampero. Insaf Hassan, the 2022 F-150 coming up next on the left side of the racetrack, and the 1966 GTO over on the right-hand side. My apologies, actually a 1967 model GTO. Charles Swindoll. Swindoll goes 12:07 at 112 in the big Pontiac, 12:76 at 108 left-hand side. A couple of 70s era Chevys coming up next. The 1972 Monte Carlo Tower side. That is Ethan Hassler, the 72 Monte Carlo. The Disco Nova over on the right-hand side. Monte Carlo out in front. 12:14 at just 99 miles an hour. 12:58 at 113 for the Disco Nova. The Dodge Ram pickup truck and the little Ford Street Rod coming up next. Justin Chestnut, the 29 Model A on left-hand side. And the Dodge pickup truck right-hand side. That's Nicholas Wider. 1985 Model T100. And Nicholas will go 13:24 at 100 miles an hour in the pickup truck. 11:49 at 112 for the hot rod. Dan Lavelle, the 2002 GMC Sierra, left-hand side. Go up against the Camaro of Azim Sheikh. Rally Sport Edition. 1973 model Camaro, right-hand side, looking for a 10-second time slip. I think it goes 10:86 to 124. So once again, C&D group that are in the lanes, please stay with your vehicles. C&D group that are in the lanes, please stay with your vehicles. Drake Viscomi in the Bullseye Challenge 1980 Mustang on the left side. The early Chevy over on the right-hand side. That's Dangoberto Andalo in the 55 Bel Air. And the patina car goes 1150 at 101, 1279 at 110 for the Mustang. All right, lanes 2 and 3, please be loaded up and ready to go. Lanes 2 and 3, please be loaded up and ready to go. Lane 2 and lane 3, we're coming to you next. Justin Himna, 1175 at 112, left side, 1237 at 106 for the pickup truck of Matt Helms, right side. The Dodge Dart Swinger coming up next on the right-hand side. The VW Beetle, left-hand side. Beetle is Brian Clark. Clark heading down the left-hand side. Dodge Dart on the right-hand side falling behind. And Clark goes 1328 at 100 miles an hour, 1554 at 78 miles an hour for Mark Vernon. Couple of fourth-gen Camaros coming up next. The 1996 variety on the left-hand side with the stick shift. In the stick shift category, that is Adam Sullivan. And Adam will line up with Michael Raba. Raba in the black Camaro. Both up leaving the starting line pretty close to each other. Raba was out in front and then fell off a little bit. 1120 at 124 left side, 1149 at 114 right-hand side. Paulie C, Paul Castiglione, the 1972 Challenger. It says for Russell on it, in memory of Russell. Low deck Mopar over on the right-hand side, left-hand side the Camaro. Of Frank Bruno. And Paulie C gets there first, 1031, 119. Bruno will go 1279, 106. Brian Slow, otherwise known as Brian Walkington, coming up in Social Security. Brian out in front of the Mopar over on the right-hand side. Top end scoreboard for Brian will say 10:13 at 132. And the Mopar follows at 12:35 at 111. So once again, Timothy Blythe, or Timothy Blith, with the Spitfire. I do have your control module at the top floor of the tower. Timothy Blythe, Timothy Blith, I do have your control module at the top floor of the tower. Right side goes 1267 at 108, 1155 at 139 left side. Firebird versus the Mustang. 1224 at 111 for the Firebird, 1260 at 108 miles an hour for the Mustang. The Oldsmobile coming up next. Nope, it's not a Malibu wagon, it's an Oldsmobile. Staging up against the Ford pickup truck right-hand side. Glenn Morton in the 77 F100 pickup truck. And the Oldsmobile. Going down the left-hand side, that is Nesbitt Bertrand. And Bertrand through the finish line first, 1240, 110 miles an hour, 1435 at 98. The VW coming up next, right side, in the S197 chassis Mustang, left side. Mustang is Jason Wells. Wells having some trouble getting everything to hook up correctly. And he's going to try to chase down the VW. And now it looks like both of them not really having the runs that they wanted. But the Volkswagen is still going to get there first. Lester Chatley in the Volkswagen going 1364 at 100, 1612 at a coasting 56 miles an hour for the Mustang. Pickup truck going down the racetrack right here. The Pontiac G8 gets there first, 1150 at 117. That's Arif Hoslin. Pickup truck. Pickup truck of Preston Anderson. We're going down the right-hand side. 67 El Camino against the 68 Mustang in our next battle. James Hume in the Mustang. 67 El Camino occupying the opposite side. That is Jacob Davis. And Davis gets there 1319 at 104. The Mustang crosses at 1288 at 104. How about this, ladies and gentlemen? A pair of gassers. Chevy versus Ford. Automatic versus stick shift. Pretty cool to see them side by side with each other. Let me tell you a little bit about both of them. Chris Salkhead, the 1965 Ford Falcon, that's the gold car over on the left side, and the Wildfire Chevy Nova over on the right side. That's Robert Levins. And Levins on the starting line first. Ford driver out there banging the gears left-hand side, but Levins will keep the gap in place all the way to the finish line. 12:10 at 108, 13:31 at 100 miles an hour for the Ford Falcon. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All run, all run. We will take you to tower side staging lanes now. All run. All run. We will take you to tower side staging lanes now. All run session. All classes, all groups. We will take you to tower side staging lanes at this time, please. All run. The Camaro and the MR2. David Terizzi in the Camaro on the left-hand side and goes 12:54 at 111, 12:20 at 113 miles an hour for the MR2. That is Eric Ingrid. The Chevy and the PT Cruiser in our next matchup. $16.05 at 81 miles an hour for the PT Cruiser, 1986 at 64 miles an hour for the classic Chevy. That'll bring up the Chevy Tahoe next. This is a product of Justin Keith out of Killer Performance. It was delivered to Cletus McFarland less than a week ago. And Sam from Sandshine behind the wheel now. This thing has a complete LT4 late model driveline in it, as well as a 10-speed transmission. Let's see how he does right here. Sam eases it off the starting line and will run it through the back door. 12:57 at 115 with a 2.26 60 foot. Not a bad pass right there for the Tahoe. And that is the latest Cletus McFarland giveaway car. So if you head over to CletusMcFarland.com, you can get registered to possibly win that vehicle. A couple of pickup trucks will come up next. Wyatt Stengel, the 1970 GMC, the diesel over on the right-hand side. A little less tension over on the left-hand side. The SN belonging to Mike Moore. Moore was out in front, and then Wyatt just rockets around him. 10:39 at a lifting 95 miles an hour for Wyatt. 15 flat at 59 miles an hour for Mike Moore as he also gets off the loud pedal. Once again, if you are in the lanes for C and D group, please be suited up and ready to go. If you are in the lanes for C and D group, please be suited up and be ready to go. The Crown Victoria making a single pass. That is Jonathan Torvik, and Torvik goes 16-16 at 85 miles an hour. The Honda coming up next. This is Kyle Wade. Yeah, Kyle Wade, the Boosted Boys entry. And Kyle finding a lack of traction, but he's finally got it in third gear and head towards the finish line. And Kyle will trip the boards at 1291 at 116 miles an hour with the little Honda. A 1990 Civic wagon, to be exact. Looked in pretty good shape from the starting line from here. Jonathan Polk up next, the 1988 Mustang on the left-hand side of the racetrack, and Sean Adams, the weathered pickup truck over on the right. Adams out in front, misses a gear just a little bit, but still out in front of the Mustang, but the Mustang's starting to pull even with him. 12:58 for the Mustang, 12:95 for the pickup truck. Bring up a new Camaro versus older Firebird. This is Tony Angelo right-hand side. Tony wheeling the 1974 Pontiac Firebird that he drug out of the mothballs. This car had been sitting for quite a while, and the original paint scheme's still in good shape on it. They polished it up and added a Butler performance-backed 400 cubic inch Pontiac engine with a 671 Supercharged on top. Camaro over on the left-hand side is Ryan Sullivan. And Sullivan goes 11:59 at 133, 11:91 at just 105 for Tony Angelo, as Angelo may be having some trouble at the top end of the racetrack. Our next racer up left-hand side is Michael Turner, 1970 Dart Swinger. He will stage up against Cooper Bogetti in the LS Supercharged Mustang that he calls Chip. And he was one and done with Chip yesterday. He made one hit with it, liked the time slip, and brought it to the tower and got on the road. So Cooper staging up, looking for a low 10-second pass out of Chip. And Chip delivers Cooper a 10:26 at 128, 11:43 at 116, left-hand side for the Camaro. The full-size Chevy Blazer coming up next, left-hand side. Really clean-looking 1979 Malibu over on the right-hand lane. Dan Chandelier in the 1980 model GMC Jimmy. And the Malibu staying right with him on the right-hand side. The Jimmy goes through at 12:63 at just 85 miles an hour, 12:49 at 113 for Rick Schalling in the 79 Malibu. Once again, drivers, please stay with your vehicles. Drivers, please stay with your vehicles. Drivers, please stay with your vehicles. A 13:27 on the left-hand side, and we are on to our next pair. The Chevy Trailblazer coming up left-hand side. 5th Gen Camaro coming up right-hand side. Traction and not finding any. The Trailblazer to the finish line. Trailblazer goes 11:58 at 106. That's Stephen Howe. And that will bring up the two vehicles for Derek Gary out of Vice Grip Garage, the Vanishing Paint Challenger, left-hand side, the substitute for the Chevelle he was going to bring, and the recent LS-swapped Monte Carlo that he also brought last year. So the Challenger going to get to the finish line first. 12:92 at 106. The Monte Carlo will trip the timers at 17:23 at 83 miles an hour. Adam Saylor coming back with the Cuda convertible on the left-hand side. The second-gen Camaro Z28 on the right-hand side to face Saylor. That is Chad Good, the 1981 model Camaro. That's the last year they made the second-generation design. The Cuda getting off the starting line first. The Camaro just rockets right around him and will work his way to the finish line. Camaro will get there first. 12:22 at 111, 13:94 at 96 for the drop top convertible. I'm going to bring up the second gen Camaro and the 1974 Malibu. The Malibu of Doyle Walton should be a mid 10-second player. Staging up against the Camaro over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Camaro is a Bullseye Challenge car. That's Cole Harvey. And the Malibu a little slow from what he ran yesterday. 13:49 at 101 miles an hour. 14:18 at 99 miles an hour for the Camaro. Once again, I have called all run. Once again, I have called all run. All run. To the tower side staging lanes, please. All run. All run to tower side staging lanes, please. Camaro versus Dodge Dart Sport. Yeah, you say it 5 times fast. And the 2001 Camaro over on the right-hand side. Camaro of Hunter Newman out in front right-hand side. 12:45 at 114 miles an hour. 12:97 at 104 miles an hour for Darcy McCubry. How about father-in-law versus daughter in our next matchup? As the turboed Suburban of Alberto Fernandez out in front of daughter-in-law Sarah. And Alberto goes 12:76 at 98 miles an hour. Sarah and the Mazda Miata will trip the timers at 18:28, 62 miles an hour. All right, lanes 5 and 6, it looks like. We need you to suit up, please. Lanes 5 and 6. Need you to suit up, please, it looks like. We are getting to the end of our regular session. Oh, excuse me. We are going to go nose to tail. Lane 6 only. Lane 6 only. My apologies. An 11:10 at 116 left side, 14:55 at 99 miles an hour after some traction troubles on the right-hand side. Rovek Ahuja coming up next out of the Yukon. Yeah, he made a 5,600-mile tow to get here to Sick Week. Yeah, it might have been a little bit cooler if he actually would have driven it, but still, 5,600 miles is that's a lot. So an Oldsmobile Power still underneath the hood of the 1967 Cutlass. It is a low 10-second hot rod. Rovek going wheels up off the starting line. The Cutlass boogieing down the right-hand side of the racetrack. 10:15 at 131 for Rovek. This is Brent Levingsted out of PFI Speed, the 2000 model Honda Civic. Coming up next. Brent out here with his son Shane and Steven. Brent on a good pass down the right-hand side of the racetrack. 9:57, 142 miles an hour for the PFI Speed car of Brent Levingsted. And once again, his first time ever competing in a drag and drive from the driver's seat. And he said he was looking forward to it almost as much as being able to do it with his sons. All right, so it looks like that will officially, well, the pair before it, will officially wrap us up for the C and D group. We now go to our all-run category. Brett signaling the start of our all-run category. Steven Chichak Jr., the 2007 model Colorado on the left-hand side. Coming up in our first pairing against the Buick Grand National over on the right-hand side. The Buick belonging to Josh Chichak. So Chichak on Chichak crime here to get us started in the first pairing of the all-run session. As the Buick having some trouble and pulling over to the side. The Colorado through the finish line 1083 at 128, but the Buick slowing after getting out of the gas just before half track. And a little bit of smoke coming out of the Buick at the top end. As I said, he pulled over to the side but kept rolling. And thankfully, it doesn't look like it's going to be too bad. Once again, my all-run session. You should be in the lanes. My all-run session. You should be in the lanes now. And once we empty those lanes, if we do not have any repeat offenders or we don't have anybody else come back, then Lonnie Grimm will officially put us on a timer. As right now it is 2:44. That'll bring up the single turbo LS in both sides. Yep, technically I can say both sides. Clint Sadowski right side, Doug Cook left side. Mustang versus Camaro. And the Camaro of Sadowski picking the front end up beautifully and just rocketing down that right side. Looking for a 7 and gets it. How about 761 at 183? For Clint Sadowski. That's his best pass of the last 2 days. So Clint Sadowski, 761 at 183. And unfortunately, I did not see what the 8th mile time was for Doug Cook. Kelly Harvey in the 1965 Corvette, the gold car over on the right-hand side coming back, as is Brian Acton. Brian in the turbocharged Nova, looking for that magical 850 time slip. Corvette having some traction trouble. And Acton to the finish line, a 9:02 at 1:58, not really what he wanted. 10:45 at 1:19. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have made the time slip you want, first floor of the tower is where to take them, and now is a good time. Because Keith Turk is now starting to look at the clock too, and he just messaged me. So if you have made your pass that you want to turn in, first floor of the timing tower is where it needs to be done. Dustin Trance. Trance looking for that magical 850 and goes 8:42 at 1:59. He went the wrong way. Started with an 8:59 and then whittled a little bit off of it, but didn't get the number he wanted, so he came back up for another shot, probably loaded some more boost into it, and the track held it his best 60 foot of the day and went too fast, so he can't turn that number in. Now again, he does have an 8:59 time slip, so he can hand that in if he wanted to. But I have a feeling he probably wants to do it again. I'll bring up Rick Dorn in the S550 chassis Mustang over on the left-hand side, and Randy Bellahart, the nitrous-infused Pontiac Firebird over on the right-hand side, the 1968 model. Slow on the time, 9:77 at 1:42, 11:18 at 1:10 for Rick Dorn. The Toyota Cresta coming up left side, the right-hand driver, Don Neal behind the wheel. We'll line up with the station wagon over on the right-hand side. That's Nicholas Desmond. Neal in the Barrett Power Toyota on his way. To the top end they go. 9:29 at 1:44. The Toyota goes 8:79 at 1:43. got away from him a little bit on the last shot. Deal to the finish line, 8:47 at 157. And Little Hot Rod goes 13:09 at 80 miles an hour. Pickup truck to the finish line. 10:04 at 135 for the Pontiac. 991 at 136 for the pickup truck. All right, so we have a car stopped at the top end of the racetrack that did not make the turn, so that's why we are on hold right now. Once again, I have called my all-run session. So if you would like to make another pass, the lanes are open for you. All-run session. All-run session is now available if you would like to come to Towerside staging lanes. Now, once we run out what remains, if it is done and empty before our scheduled call time, we will make a 5-minute call for any last takers. And right now, it looks like we're down to about 1 lane full of cars. So if you are trying to get ready for the all-run session, you might want to do that now. Make your final preparations. So a pair of Mustangs coming to the starting line, and that's where the similarities end. Left-hand side is Alex Corella, the ginger red car out of Team Luan Motorsports on the little 235 dancing shoes. Right-hand side is Bob Hess Jr. out of B3 Racing. This has a Gen 3 Hemi underneath the hood. Both of them hooked up good. minute. 5:19 at 136 for Corella. 7:79 at 167 for Bob Hess Jr. Defending crown. 8:53 at 160. Not a bad lap. 10:15 at 154 after subtraction. Trouble left side. Having some trouble trying to stay hooked up. Mike Cataline down the right side. 8:66 at 149 for Cataline as he got out of the gas early. And a 10:37 at 106 after the tire spin for Colin G. That'll bring up the twin turbo 33 factory 5 car up against Kevin McKenna, and both cars having some traction troubles. Well, the 33 kind of wheeling and dealing around his lane. 10:71 at 150. McKenna goes 11:57 at 129. Mustang and pickup truck going down the racetrack right here. 12:31 at 106 left side, 12:39 at 114 right side. Once again, all run is open. All run is open. And once we empty those lanes for all run, you'll get a 5-minute warning. So if you have not made it to the lanes and you want to make another hit, need to get there. Azim Sheik, left side. Rich Arbitel, right side. Pair of Camaros. $10.88 for Azim, $14.08 for Rich. The PT Cruiser coming back for another hit right-hand side. And the Monte Carlo on the left-hand side. Jim Weiser in the Monte Carlo. The BT Cruiser of Lawrence Jane. Weiser out in front of the Monte Carlo, going to the finish line. First 10:36, 143. Jane will trip the timers at 16:11 at 82 miles an hour. The 66 Chevelle down the left side, 9:18 at 137. The S10 following at 12:85 at 102. Once again, all run lanes are open. All run lanes are open. on tower side. All run lanes are open. 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 Richard Flint coming up in the LS Turbocharged S2000. The Jeep. That is Zachary Witz. And Witt's going to be to the 60-foot before Flint finishes. 761, 182 miles an hour. And his crew guy says, yeah, we'll take it. 761 at 182 for Flint. So Flint now holding back-to-back 7-second time slips. And that will bring us the 2011 Crown Victoria and the 69 Camaro is our next battle as the Jeep clears the top end. .1018 at 125 left side. 1321 at 108 right side. Kyle Wade coming up left side in the 1990 Honda wagon. Rovek Ahuja coming up right hand side in the 67 Oldsmobile. Rovek having some traction troubles, so he will get out of the gas and coast down the racetrack. The Honda on a full pull. 1235 at 118 for Kyle Wade. Once again, as we start to see the law of diminishing returns in the all-run session, we only have a few vehicles left. Coming up in the turbocharged Novas, he just round robin dipped right back around as he's looking for something closer to 850. We'll stage up against Devin Wilms and beat Street Rod. So, after Brian Acton stayed on the trans brake and the two-step for probably the better part of a time run and looked like he smoked the transmission right out of it. So we are going to be down for just a little bit. So he is up against the wall right now. We have EMT en route. So with the way that the sun is here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, I have to wonder if maybe he was looking at the Christmas tree and thought he saw a pre-stage bulb on. Once again, if you have not turned in your time slip yet, I would advise you to do so right now. First floor of the tower, that can be done. Once again, if you have not turned in your time slip and you are ready to get on the road, first floor of the tower, do not wait. Make sure you make that happen. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be down here for a little bit to get that cleaned up. Let me tell you about some of the sponsors once again. For Sick Week 2023, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive, and the live stream brought to us by Motion Raceworks. Shout out to Radford Racing School, the official high-performance driving school of Dodge and SRT. It is a premier performance driving and racing training center offering world-class experiences in Chandler, Arizona. The school offers more than 80 different performance vehicles, sedans, SUVs, single-seater laggers, and gas-powered go-karts. They include state-of-the-art facilities and event space for private parties and corporate meetings, and they even do military and security training, as well as a whole lot more. The Sick Week staff will be commuting from the track to track in Radford Racing School Dodge Durango models. Look for them on the drive route. If you want to find out more about Radford Racing School, visit www.radfordracingschool.com. That's RADFORD racingschool.com for more information.
Don O'Neill out at Sick Week, and you never know who you're going to run into. But this guy, does that face look familiar? Evan, what in the world are you doing out here?
Man, Sick Week's amazing. It's one of my favorite events to come to. You know, you normally see me at NHRA or an MCA or an MRA, but I mean, this is like the coolest. I imagine this is like what it was like in the 50s and 60s, where guys and girls just built cars the way they wanted. It wasn't all that structure with rules and everything, of course, safety, but just turbos sticking out of hoods, engine swaps, all different kinds of vehicles. I love it.
Well, now you write and do technical articles all over the landscape when it comes to motorsports and high performance.
What's that?
I said you do motorsports articles, high performance write-ups all over the landscape. What's been so far for you the coolest thing that you've seen out here so far?
Oh man, probably the wild engine swaps, and it's just so wild to see like turbos out in front sticking through the hood with just the homemade engineering. Like, just do whatever it takes to make it work. Some of the low buck builds are incredible, and you see people thrashing just to make one run and go to the next track. So probably the engine swap stuff is what gets my attention.
Oh, there's been so many things for me that's been eye-opening. I mean, the Triumph is probably the one that really sticks out in my mind. That and the Duramax Chevelle.
Yeah, the Duramax Chevelle is cool, and like, you know, 2JZ engines, Coyote swaps, diesels, and things that you would have never even imagined a diesel could be put into, like a 70 Chevelle or something like that. The ingenuity, the thought, just putting together parts that you have, right? Like, if you got an engine and you got a body, put it together and go.
Oh, and it's happening all over the pits. Tell everybody at home where they can start to follow you and all of your comings and goings when it comes to motorsports.
Official Ford Guy on Instagram, and my Revan Evan, REVAN, Evan, my name, on YouTube is probably where a lot of the content is going to fall, where we're doing a lot of shooting. Me and Abe are out here having a fun time. Great seeing you, Don.
Hey, great seeing you too. Guys, do yourself a favor, look Evan up. He writes amazing articles about every platform in motorsports. He does not pull punches. Do yourself a favor, check it out. Sick Week 2023, hanging out with cool people like Evan. Back to you guys.
I'm Rick Johnson with Gear Vendors, the Overdrive company, and I've been asked to give a quick little rundown on how Gear Vendors works and why people run those in their hot rods, muscle cars. They're doing drag and drive events, drag week, sick week, stuff like that. So a Gear Vendor is an auxiliary transmission, bolts on the back of your Turbo 400 automatic or manual transmission, and the whole concept is not to be cheaper than an overdrive built-in, but to be better in terms of weight distribution in a race car by shortening up the drive shaft. We put this right behind the transmission, bolts right to the transmission with a dedicated adapter for whether it's a Turbo 350 or a Torque Flight 727, whatever it is. This front section will bolt to the transmission. Inside, We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling, and very high engineered with dual rows of planet pinion little cage needle rollers, and an 18 element roller clutch, true one-way sprag that's overrun when you shift into overdrive. So when we hit the button for overdrive on our shifter like this, we have a little button on the shifter or a dimmer switch on the floor, then that's going to engage 700 psi that this overdrive makes out of the 27 ounces of fluid that's in the overdrive, and that's going to shift this clutch forward and lock the clutch into the brake ring here, and that's going to make the planet gears here go around the sun gear. And this is key on why it handles so much horsepower, because planetary design is only requiring to move, there's 77 teeth on the ring gear, 22 teeth on the sun gear, so in every revolution, if you look right here, we're going to move that annulus just slightly faster, 28.6% faster than the input shaft is going. So you're going to watch that roller just get covered up as I'm moving forward. It's coming and covering up that roller and disappearing and moving on to the next one. So in every revolution, it would look internally like this overdrive is traveling like a third of the speed of the drivetrain. It's only advancing that ring gear 22 77s. 77 teeth on the ring gear, 22 on the sun gear. So all that does is give these cars that run our product, they're going down the highway, they want lower valve train speed. They want better fuel economy, but that's not the driving factor. The driving factor is taking care of the motor. So we can lower the valve train speed. At 4,000 RPM, we're going to knock 888 RPM off of the tach. Okay? At 3,500, it's real pretty math. At 3,500, we're going to knock 777 off. At 5,000 RPM, we're going to knock 999 RPM off the tach. So it's an idea that, you know, has taken the 40 years that we've been manufacturing this and the development that we've done, that we can handle ultimate horsepower of 5,000 horsepower cars running gear vendors that can now drive down the road and go 75 miles an hour and still maintain a very low RPM on the drivetrain with something that's reliable and can handle that, you know, year after year in your car. Makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. A car that you want to do street strip and you want to put 410s in it, or 373s, 390s, or 456s in. Now, a 456 car, a 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive. That's really what it's all about.
See me, then see what's going on out there on the racetrack. Wow, that's all we're going to go with that. But that gives me an opportunity to talk to this guy who said he's as frustrated as the track cleanup crew is right now. Rick, what's going on with your pretty blue Mustang back here?
The pretty blue Mustang's doing fine. It's just the last 2 oil downs, I've been the next pair behind them.
Oh, so you're born under a lucky star?
Something like that. I would want to call it a black cloud.
Rick, we are in Bradenton, Florida. There's not a cloud in the sky. I don't know what black cloud you got.
It follows me.
It follows you around. So you're telling me you're not going to stop on the drive to Valdosta and buy a lottery ticket?
No.
All right. So how many drag and drive competitions have you been a part of?
I've done every year of Drag Week since 13, and I've done both of these.
Same car?
No, different cars.
Different cars.
Yes.
So what is it about your Ford Mustang that you're interested in, that you keep going with it versus what you've had in the past?
This is a nice, easy, simple car to turn around and get on the road and go. I don't have to change tires. I don't have to do anything. I just drive it. It's drag it and drive it.
You're literally dragging your tail down the highway, right?
That's it.
All right. How long was the drive for you yesterday to get back from Orlando to here?
I left there at 6 o'clock and I got to my hotel at midnight.
Why so long?
Because the traffic was horrible.
Didn't you just tell me that you're from Orlando?
Yes, and I hate it there.
Okay, Rick. So like you and me, we're smart guys. Now we might not be smart based off of what we're doing out here right now.
Correct.
But I mean, you can move.
Oh, I know.
I mean, I live in southern Indiana, and there's nothing southern about southern Indiana, and I can move.
Well, that's just northern Kentucky, right?
So people on the other side of the river say. I don't understand. So what's your goals? How quick have you been? I mean, do you set personal goals?
I'm running the Bullseye Challenge and a number at the beginning of the day, and you try to run as close to the number without going under. And yesterday I was 200s under, and so far today I'm 200s off from it, from guys leading.
So you're swinging.
I'm going for it.
All right, so who's riding along with you?
That's my girlfriend, Dorinda.
Now, how many of these has she been on?
Just 2. Just the 2 sick weeks.
And she hasn't left you yet?
No.
Thumbs up on Valentine's Day. They're out here watching.
Yeah, after 17 years.
After 17 years.
Yep.
Hey, here's your gift. All right, folks, they're going to get it cleaned up. You guys watch Rick in the Bullseye and the Blue Mustang, and we'll be trying to keep up with you. And safe travels to Valdosta. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you in the tower. Tell them. Good luck. Who's on you now? Golly.
Yeah, get one. Gonna find the right one. Are you gonna interview my baby?
Yeah. What's his name?
Indy.
Indy.
Indy because of the racetrack. Well, that's my excuse.
Are we on? Okay. All right. So, you know, earlier today I interviewed Dots over there. And this guy, I mean, how can I not interview him? Now, want to let you know at home, we're having a little bit of a communication issue right now. We're not real sure what language we're speaking. Outside of food, bathroom, and
racetrack.
And racetrack. So for all of you on the live stream, this is Indy, and you may see Indy from time to time on other live streaming broadcasts of drag racing. All right, you want to say anything at home? All right. Pup a few words. Back to you guys in the tower.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we have this lull and we cleaning up left-hand side again, if you have made the pass you need, please take your time slips to the first floor of the tower. Once we officially close the lanes, then I will put out a final call for time slips, and just like yesterday, it will have a deadline on it. If you do not get your time slip to Tanya Turk and her crew in time, you will be out of luck. So please don't wait. Please bring your time slips to the first floor of the tower.
Don O'Neill down here with one of the trackside gurus from the team at Mickey Thompson, Mr. Jeff Farber. Jeff, saw you yesterday in Orlando. Yes. Now here you are in Bradenton. Oh, tell us how important it is for Mickey Thompson to be out here and be a part of Drag and Drive.
Well, we like to be here to try to support the racers. You know, they're traveling all over the place, doing what they can, and they're very limited. You know, this is a good chance for us to kind of just help out as any way we can. So, you know, any issues on the road, if we pass someone on the road, I'll stop and help them. If they need it here, we'll help them, you know.
Oh, man. So, like, I can get a flat tire? I mean, because you know I got like 12 tires on my road. Will you stop and help me change one of those?
For you, I don't know. But most people, yeah.
Here you go. So, are you, Mickey Thompson being out here, being involved with Tom Bailey in Sick Week, are you guys getting a chance to educate any of the people about your tire line?
100%. 100%. There's a lot of people coming over. Some not even running Mickeys, just looking for information and stuff. And, you know, you guide them the right way and try to help them out. So it's just been fantastic.
Well, the Mickey Thompson trailer is getting ready to be really, really busy. This, obviously, Sick Week. We start lights out next week. Yeah. I mean, when or where will the Mickey trailer not be in the month of March?
We're gone everywhere. I mean, you got Sick Week, you've got lights out, then you got NMRA, NMCA. We have, you know, with Goodyear, with us, the choir, we have a dual-branded trailer coming for the World Series of Pro Mod. I mean, it's a really busy schedule.
Now, I got to dispel all those rumors and cliches that seem to be floating around out there. Like Goodyear and Mickey Thompson, I mean, I was here a couple weeks ago. We had the so-called private tire test. I mean, all the engineers are out here. It doesn't matter if you're a Goodyear guy or a Mickey guy. The two teams are working together to put the best product underneath your car.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're here to help the racers. So regards if it's a Goodyear or a Mickey, you know, we want you on one, obviously, but, you know, that's what we're here for.
Well, Jeff, from Tom Bailey's team and all of us racers that are out there, we greatly appreciate everything you guys do, whether it's Goodyear, Mickey Thompson, but more importantly for all the people that are out here during Sick Week.
We appreciate every single one of all of you, so thank you.
All right, guys, MickeyThompson.com. Check them out. Get you some Pro Bracket radials. Well, radials make everything faster, and if you don't believe me, just ask anybody on social media. Back to you guys in the tower.
Hi, we're here with Clay Milliken. Clay has a lot of drag racing experience, but 2023 marks his introduction into drag and drive competition. Clay, we talk about the fact that you've done a lot with your career. You've done really well in fast cars, but now drag and drive for 2023. What influenced your decision to do a drag and drive car versus, say, you've done NHRA stuff, super gas car, super comp car, bracket car? Why drag and drive?
Well, I got to tell the truth. With the vehicle that I wanted to build, you know, being such a special vehicle. It was my son's truck. You know, we lost my son in 2015, and it's so special to me, my family. You know, the thing was, it was not fun to drive necessarily because it was just an 04 four-door Dodge truck. It's heavy, it's beat up, it's called Dentley. It has a name because you give a teenage kid a vehicle, it's going to have a dent in every spot on it. But at any rate, I've always been fascinated with drag and drive stuff. I have a long-time friendship with David Freiberger, you know, so my idea was this is something I can do, and I don't have to necessarily go out there and be the fastest guy. You know, I'm not going to go out there and try to compete, you know, with Tom Bailey or anybody that's going super fast. I want to just go and enjoy driving, hanging out with my friends, and yes, I get to go down the drag strip because that's what I love doing. And so It was a long time building it. The Lutz family got highly involved in this deal, and with his schedule and my schedule, it was not like we got to have this done, you know, for next race season. So it turned into a almost 5-year long process, but again, the vehicle is so special and it's got a story, and I cannot wait to do my first drag and drive. I'm already, the racer in me is coming out like, all right, what do I need for spare parts? What do I need? What do I got to carry? How does it work? Because I honestly don't know, you know, and I know the stories I hear about, you know, the breaking down on the side of the road and fixing this or fixing that. While that might sound miserable to some, to me that sounds fun. I'm not planning on breaking down, but at the same time, the whole process to me is just cool, that you can take a vehicle that you built and you love and turn it into something that you get to go hang out with your friends and go drag racing.
Yeah. So we talk about the fact that you obviously have a packed schedule. You know, the NHRA season is 21 events this year. How are you going to find time to do not only drag and drives, but do other stuff? I mean, you've got to have limited free time, I'm assuming.
Well, I do, but you know, when you want to do something really, really badly, you just figure it out. You make it work, you know, and that's the beauty of Sick Week being in February. It's our off. I'm doing that because there's testing going on, but that's our off season, and it's perfect, you know. Can I do some other events? I'm not so sure, but this one, for the last year, has been like, we can get Dentley finished. We can do that event because we're off. And it gives me the opportunity to go to Florida in February. Who's going to gripe about that, you know? So how quick is it going to go? How is all of it going to work? I don't really care. I just want to participate. I want to be a part of it. I want to experience. It's become like a culture. The whole drag and drive thing has grown so big, and you hear so many people talking about it. I want to experience that. I want to find out what that's like. I mean, I've been 330 miles an hour. I've been upside down. I've been on fire. I've done all those things. I don't want to do none of that on drag and drive, but I want to experience. It's a car culture, and I love anything car racing, motorized. I want to experience it, and I'm fired up about it. I really, really am.
So you mentioned the Top Fuel thing. You've won a ton of championships. You've raced competitively on IHRA and NHRA circuits. What is guiding you, and how are you preparing for something that's completely different with drag and drive?
How I'm preparing is lots of text messages and phone calls and people that have done it. And again, I got a guy that's pretty well known for drag and drive that built the truck, Jeff Lutz. You know, everybody, you know, knows he's done very, very well at those things. And so I've leaned on him a lot, even putting the truck together. You know, a lot of what he told me was the two most important things is keep it cool and keep it charging. He said that's usually a lot of the biggest problem you have, and that's obviously driving from event to event. And so, you know, we didn't do anything crazy on none of those things. We're trying to stay with somewhat parts that are readily available. The alternator I can get, I'll have a spare, but, you know, and the radiator and the thing's a little bigger than it should be probably, but I'm just fired up about all of it. The thing I'm worried about is the unknown, because I've never done it, you know, and that is on me a little bit, but I'm gonna have plenty of friends around that'll probably hold my hand and make sure that I do everything correctly, but I'm so looking forward to it. I am truly, truly pumped up, and I may not even hook the air conditioner up on the truck, because I do have air conditioning and power windows and power steering.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back underway as we will file out some of the last few cars that are here in the lane. So if you're in the lanes, please get suited up. If you're on the lanes, please get suited up. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Lanes will close in 5 minutes. Lanes will close in 5 minutes if you want one more chance. Lanes will close in 5 minutes, and then we will run them out. So once again, if you want one more crack at the racetrack, lanes will close in 5 minutes. Randy Bellahar, the Nitrous Pontiac left side. Dustin Trance, the LS Turbo Mustang right side. Both of them hooked up good, and both of them looking for 8.50 time slips. Top end says 8:49 with a 5 for Randy Bellahar. 5 thousandths of a second too quick. He's going to have to lap that thing back around and get back in the lanes. And an 8:42? No, 8:52. Sorry, an 8:52 for Dustin Trance. That's good. He'll probably hand that in. Oh, talk about a kick to the private area. 8:49 with a 5 for Randy Bellahar. He'll probably lap the Pontiac right back around. As I said, 5 minutes remain to get to the lanes, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes remaining. Paulie C in the Mopar going down left-hand side, and Rovek down the right side from the Yukon. 10:23 at 1:30 for the 67 Olds. 10:25 at 1:28 for Paulie C in the 70 Challenger. The BT Cruiser coming up next left-hand side. Right side is Colin G. The turbocharged 235 tired Rowdy Radial Malibu station wagon. And he did not find the hook he wanted last time, so this is possibly his last shot at it right here. He wants to put together a good low 5-second pass to stay in competition. He staged. And unfortunately blows the tires away again at about the 30-foot mark. He'll run it out the back door anyway. 738 will not help him. Off the top of my head, I can't remember if he actually has a decent pass, because that one right there, if he turns that in, that will wreck his average. This is Azim Ashik coming up next, the 1973 Rally Sport Camaro left side. And the Notch Fox body. Michael Malone, the 1989 model Mustang. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, 3 minutes remain. 3 minutes remain, and I see Dustin Trance coming back around, and I see Randy Bellahar coming back around. And Tony Angelo sitting in the lanes in the non-retro. Yeah, it was originally painted like that and then stuffed in a barn. And Tony has added a pure Pontiac with a 671 blower and a 4-speed underneath it. Or behind it, underneath it, behind it, whatever one you want to use. And has been in the 11s at the first 2 tracks so far. And Tony, who is a professional drifter by trade, and admittedly has said that he has never drag raced very much, so far has said he's having the time of his life out here on Sick Week. All right, this is the first pass we're seeing for Carl Stansel, who yesterday looked like he might have popped the head gaskets on this S10 Blazer, but it looks like he's got it back together. And Carl Stansel will make a pass alongside the Honky Tonk Special, the 67 Impala with a stick shift on board. This is James Roulette. Roulette actually swapped the transmission in this because it had no third gear from last night. And he just rolled in the gate like 5 minutes ago. This thing is toasty warm. So you notice Roulette pretty much just trying to break the beams. He just wants to stay in competition. He threw everything together just to get to the starting line, and by breaking the beams, it means he will stay in competition. 12:14 at 85 miles an hour for the Blazer, and Roulette rolls through the finish line at 17:21. So both cars will continue to stay in competition. As soon as you roll into the pre-stage and stage bulbs under your own power, you get a 20-second time slip, and you are still in competition. So both drivers can now go to the next stop at South Georgia. So we are almost out of time for anybody that wants to make one more shot. Tony Angelo coming up at the 1974 Pontiac Firebird. Again, he has done the entire build of this car on the Haggerty YouTube channel. So you can go on there and you can follow along as he unearthed the car, found the paint polished up quite nicely. He's going to bang the gears in this thing, but not finding the traction he wants off the starting line. Both of them head towards the finish line. The Mustang coming around 11:02 at a booming 150 miles an hour. 12:15 at 97 for Tony Angelo. Once again, if you have made the pass you're ready for, please bring your time slip to the first floor tower immediately. If you have made your pass and you have not handed in your time slip, you need to drop what you're doing, drop your packing, drop your tire changing, and bring it to the first floor of the tower immediately. The 71 GTX going down left-hand side of the racetrack, 14:26 to 95 miles an hour. Rovek and the Oldsmobile back around for another shot, as is Rick Dorn. All right, ladies and gentlemen, staging lanes are closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. The official call has now gone out. Staging lanes are closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. It looks like we have 4 vehicles left, including a couple of 850 competitors, Randy Bellahar and Dustin Trance, as both of them just ran each other, and Randy Bellahar just a smidge too quick, 8:49 with a 5, and they're carrying a fresh bottle for that Pontiac-powered Pontiac. And on the other hand, Dustin Trance made an 8:52 pass, which is not bad, but the former Hot Rod Drag Week winner obviously wants an 8.50 time slip because he knows how important those extra hundredths are. So our last few cars for the day here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, and for all of us here as part of SICK Week 2023, we thank you all so much for coming out here to Bradenton and calling in sick to work on a Tuesday. There were quite a few of you here, and we thank you all so much for coming. Once again, we will pack up everything, jump in the Radford Racing School and the Dodge entries that bear the SICK the Mag insignia on the side, and we will point them north. until we get out of Florida and then go about another 30 minutes and visit South Georgia Motorsports Park for tomorrow's action. Then we will head south to Gainesville Raceway on Thursday and then right back to Orlando Speedway. Stage Deal in Mustang. Deal on a good lick, 119, 60 foot, and the parachute comes out. He's still on the gas anyway and goes 9.56 at 105 miles an hour, and he was on a good lick too, and must have accidentally bumped the handle or hit the release somehow on the air pressure adjuster, and that just killed his run. So we are down to our last few vehicles. So the way this works is you can't just come into the lanes and continue to like twiddle your fingers and cool down. Lonnie will keep a clock and make sure that you guys and girls get to the starting line in a reasonable amount of time, because we know not only do the racers have to pack everything up, but we also know that all of our crew has to pack everything up. So Dustin Trance back around for, I believe, his 4th shot of the day. We'll stage up against the real nice looking Grand National over on the right-hand side. And there are a couple of those out here in contention this week, as well as a couple of very nice T-type Regals. This is Josh Chichak, the 1987 Grand National. Last year they made him. And Dustin Trance in the 2006 Mustang with the 419 LS power plant, and they never made those. Both of them looking for an 850 time slip, and they're not going to get it. Not out of that one. And Dustin Trance already off the loud pedal. He already knows it's a wasted effort at this point when he spins. 1025 at 127 for the Grand National. So the 852 for Dustin Trance will be his final shot. And speaking of final shots, here comes our last car. So Randy Bellahar with a fresh bottle in the Pontiac-powered 1968 Firebird. So for those of you that might follow Dragon Drives, Randy Bellahar eventually found out what it meant with girth versus horsepower. He had a real nice, as a matter of fact, I believe he still does own, I believe it's a 70 or 71 Pontiac Grand Prix. It's a green car with factory rally 2 wheels and everything on it, and the best it would run is like 940s, 950s. And then he went to math school and figured out that, hey, if I get something that's a lot lighter, I can put my running gear in it and it'll go a lot faster. So he switched everything over to this Firebird and immediately became competitive in the street race class, where as close as you can run to the 850 category will get you somewhere. Unfortunately for him, he ran 8.495. That's 0.005 of a second under his cage certification. That is why he can't hand that time slip in. He needs to be able to go 8.500 or slower. And the closest you can be to 8.500 will help you, because the lowest average wins. And when you start adding up all the time in it, by the time you get to the 5th stop, it's very possible that you might not be able to make up that distance for time. So Bellahar walks in. Good, 127, 60 foot. 540 to the 8th mile. Top end says he goes faster, not slower. 845 at 159. The new bottle must have had some additional pressure into it. And Randy Bellahar just doubles down and it comes up wrong. He tried to slow it down and instead sped it up. And so I hope that he has something slower than 850, because otherwise that is as good as a 20-second time slip. If you go under your predetermined index, when you hand that in, that is good as going 20 seconds flat. And at that point, your chances for a possible class title are out the window. So ladies and gentlemen, that will officially wrap us up here for day number 2 of 2023 Sick Week, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive, and the live stream once again brought to us by Motion Raceworks. Doug Cook and your gang, thank you so much for being part of, once again, the live stream. We had over 50,000 people watching as of, I want to say, around noontime today. So on behalf of everybody here with the event staff, Shout out to all of our sponsors, Gear Vendors Overdrive, Motion Raceworks, Summit Racing Equipment and Peak Performance, the sponsors of Sick Ward, Iski Racing Cams, TBM Brakes, Precision Turbo and Engine, VP Racing Fuels, Nitrous Oxide Systems, Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, SET Flash, Dodge, and the Radford Racing School. Thank you so much for being part of our broadcast. We will see you tomorrow at South Georgia Motorsports Park. 90,000 total views. Once again, thank you all so much for tuning in. We will be back to do it tomorrow at 9 a.m. We hope that you join us. If not, call in sick and come out and join us at South Georgia Motorsports Park. We hope everybody travels safe up north. We'll see you tomorrow morning.